She doesn't even know. So people are not in the same bus. Are you sure? 3 bus. I'm steady. People did not come here to play. We love it. Yes? UBIDS. What are you studying? What are you studying? Sorry? Ooh, girl. We're going to see you in Jubilee House very soon, yeah? So please, if you're already going into politics, why entrepreneurship?
Aside politics, you can equally add other businesses to your political career. So I came here to learn more about that.
Round of applause for her. She has already told you that at a young age she wants to diversify her economy. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you. She's the definition of I'm not putting all my eggs in one basket. If people come tomorrow and tell me that democracy no longer rules, please, I have my businesses helping me. A round of applause for her. All right, so pretty lady beside her, what school are you from? UBIDS. What school are you from? What school are you from? Please, I need one person to please just volunteer to stand up. Hey, do you people see that? She just sold her out. My dear, you will not stand up for us. Look at me now, I'm also a fine girl. Look at, admire my beauty. All right, dear, stand up so you can mix with other people from other schools. She's shy. Oh, okay. See. A round of applause for her, please. She told you that, see, this politics team, we're not only doing politics, we're also doing business. Network with her, oh, someone like her now in future, she'll be in Jubilee House. You can always call her. So where was your formal seat? She was there, so you can just sit down with them, and you can come and sit here. A round of applause for them, please. For those of you just joining us, you are welcome to Entrepreneur in You Campus Tour, the maiden edition. A round of applause for yourselves for coming here. You guys, we've not even started the program and you are not giving me the vibe that we need. A round of applause for yourselves. Exactly. Now we can feel that they are, the future Elon Musk in the house, the future Bill Gates in the house, right? The future Steve Jobs in the house. How many of you want to go into the business of building smartphones, electronics? You want to build companies as big as Apple, Samsung? Do we have people in? We don't have them. Sorry? Oh, no. Do we have them in the house? If we have them in the house, can we just wait for that CEO, you people watch out, in the next 10 years, I'll have a company bigger than Samsung. We don't have. Do we? We have. A round of applause for them. Can we see you? Just stand up. Let's take a picture so that when your company is that big, we can tell our children that I knew him. When he had this dream, I was there with him. I'm big, oh, don't look down on me. I know him. A round of applause. Can you stand up? Let's acknowledge you. Come on. See the way they are looking. So, I hope you guys took pictures. Hope you took pictures. This picture will help you. Let it not be that you go explain entire no evidence. You have to have evidence. So a round of applause for them. So who are those that want to build companies bigger than Unilever? Unilever. Who are those that want to build companies bigger than that? Okay. Who are those that want to build companies as big and as global as Zenith Bank? And those that are going into banking, they don't want to build banks. Wait, it's not even here, my banker friend. Oh, my dear, please, what's your name? Where are you from? And I give you like 30 seconds to sell yourself out because I love your energy.
Hi, I'm Atwan Anita. I'm from UBIDS. I'm offering banking and finance level 400. And I would like to establish my own bank in the next 15 years.
A round of applause for her. Now, that's what I call marketing yourself. You are done talking and the whole room is still talking. A round of applause for her again. Come on. Who wants to try again? Market yourself in 30 seconds and keep the whole room talking when you're done. Who wants to try? This is free marketing. Oh. This is free marketing. I will have you know that there are recruiters in the house. You will not know them, but there are recruiters in the house. So in 30 seconds, who would want to market themselves? Okay. A round of applause for him.
Okay, I'm Meljida Samuel. I'm Meljida Samuel. BSc Integrated Science Education. I'm STED-M. I've started with a small enterprise which I name it Melsam Enterprise. I deal with pottery products, and I'm aiming to be like Appiah-Minkah Company Limited.
A round of applause for him. What I will have you know is never call your business small. Okay? If you call it small, you box it to being small. So I have an enterprise. I love the name enterprise. That thing already makes it so big. A round of applause for him again. So let me guess, you sell eggs, you sell chickens. So let's see.
I started with the egg. I'm now selling egg, but I need support to expand it into rolling of broilers, layers, and other ones, so that when you produce it in large quantity, you can even export it to other nearby countries. Because Ghanaians, we feed on poultry products, and if the indigenous companies can produce, we will not even spend millions of money exporting them. This is my aim, and this is what I'm anticipating for.
A round of applause. So to our potential investors in the house, please, he says he wants to expand. Can you vouch that your business is doing very well and that to give us our returns? Can you vouch that your business is doing very well? It is. So tell us how well your business is doing.
Okay. When you go to AAMUSTED, to be precise, new hostel, I'm one of the outstanding male entrepreneurs there.
Hello.
And I've started, and with time, people from other campuses and other nearby towns will hear of me. So this is what I've started. And you know, Ghana, you can't go up without financial support. So I'm calling on people to come in to also help me expand the business to be able to care for the unemployment problem in the country.
A round of applause for him. So if you would like to invest, maybe you've been thinking of going into agribusiness, you've been thinking of going into poultry business, but you don't want to do it yourself. Well, this is someone you can potentially invest in. So after the program, please be sure to get his contact and you guys can work on something. A round of applause.
A very big round of applause once again. A louder one, a louder one. A louder one. We are not done. We are not done. Please, on my far right, I'm not getting your applause. Exactly. And a big round of applause for Ada. A big round of applause for Ada. So, Ada, did you introduce yourself to them?
I did.
Okay.
But maybe the new ones don't know me.
Okay. Should I spice it up? Or should I already spice it up? She didn't. Ada, do it again, let me see.
What?
Introduce yourself again, let me see.
Okay. My name is Adugo Makochuku Modilim. I am the president.
No, they didn't hear you. Take it slow. Take your time with us, please.
Okay. My name is Adugo Makochuku Modilim. But you can call me Ada, right? I am the president of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, KNUST, a final year accounting student, an entrepreneur myself, and I am your co-host for today.
Please give it up for her. So, a bit of a spoiler alert. Never call her by her full name. right? You saw that, right? I have never called her by her full name, Ada, and then I walk on. Because I don't want problem. I don't want to bleed before I've eaten in my mouth, right? So Ada, and then you walk on. So I met Ada during her elections, and she's a wonderful lady. She has a wonderful person. I hope you can tell. You can tell. Only the guys are saying, yeah. The lady, isn't she wonderful? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, and she's been good. She's done extremely well in her portfolio as a VIP for the College of Humanities, and I'm privileged to have her do this with me today. Ada did a spicing one, but me, right? So I wouldn't do a lot of spicing. This is what I do. All I do is MC and then coordinate events like this. My name is Appiah-Minkah. You can call me a monkey. I was a former PR for KNUST SRC, former vice presidential aspirant, Bamere Poto.
It's a round of applause for him.
And now, Mary, and this is what I do. Because during my experience, and please pardon me for my dialect, okay, I like to do this so that we get to know each other. I find that when you speak a lot of English, you don't blend with the room. So if I knew a bit of Gan, Dagbani, I do, Fafa, Wale, you know, I would do. The only Fafa I know is Lawane. Do you have Fafa folks here? Yes, so Lawane. Kola Lawane. So that's all I know, because I grew up with some folks, you know, so that's the only multilingual I know. So please pardon me if I do a lot of chi, you know, to mix with it. But I find that way we can blend a lot more, speak a lot more. So pardon me for those that do not speak the dialect. I'm not being ethnic or anything, right? Yes. So, Namedru information me no. Yes, into me and minya experience. I saw that, well, I can do this very well. And that's the experience some of these things give you, right? The passion of having to talk to people, the passion of having to do this. To me and I'm saying who says our business ideas. If you couldn't buy into my ideas to lead the SRC, I would give you ideas that you buy from. And so I have this profile. I call myself a merchant of visions and a follower of possibilities. Right? So
I understand. He didn't spoil you to clap. Can you please clap for him?
So that is where this has gotten me, and I'm privileged to do this with Ada once again, and I'm privileged to be your co-MC, for the event. And mind I say, I haven't found, there's my 52nd event this year, and I haven't seen an audience looking as dashing and as handsome as this before.
Can you just give it up for yourselves?
And so a big round of applause for yourselves. A big one, a big one, a big one. A big one, a big one. I am so impressed. Yes, a big one for yourselves. You know, I don't know if it is because there's a corporate event. You know there's a corporate event, right? You know there's a corporate event. Yes. We don't want to deal in small cash and money in the future. So this corporate, this multi-conglomerate, right? So there's a multi-conglomerate meeting. And there's a reason we did the breakfast and networking so that you could have the time to meet other people, you know, share ideas, meet new people. How many of you have met new people? Like 5. If you haven't met like 5 people, you haven't met new people. New people, you're one. If you haven't met like 5 people, you haven't met new people. And that's a culture we should cultivate. But I'm going to throw in this thing, you know. The program is about to begin, But I'm going to share the story of an experience I had with an event like this that companies were doing what we call interviews. So there was this program that was organized at the British Council. They had a number of companies coming, and they were doing interviews. Okay, are you with me?
Yes.
Are you with me?
Yes.
Yes, so they were doing interviews. They wanted to get new people to employ into their companies. I think, I don't want to mention names, but there were a bit of reputable companies. A lot of them are in attendance. So what happened was, the event has started, right? And for one company, they wanted to do this later. So my boss told me that I should come there and join the team, have a feel of it, and see stuff. So I went there. I was still in school, by the way. I went there, and then it happens that they sat down, and they put them in a room. So we had like about 10 people coming in for the interview. They put them in a room, and they just left them there for like an hour and 30 minutes. And it was frustrating because it was supposed to start at 10, but as at 11:30, there was no information whatsoever, nothing going on. So imagine young people in a room, an hour and 30 minutes. What do you imagine will happen? What do you imagine? We are in the 21st century, so let's be frank. What do you imagine will happen?
Murmuring, people talking, complaining.
On their phones, complaining. Complaining is key. So the funny thing was, none of them knew at the time that they were being watched. And that was practically the interview. The purpose of the interview was that the role you were getting into, all that they wanted to know was if you were composed. What do you do under pressure? If you have patience. What do you do in a stressful position? And doing nothing is really stressful, isn't it?
Yes.
It's stressful for the mind. So you have to find something to do it. And that was the entire interview. And then this guy was on his phone, listening to a music, reading a book. Na wabo game kaka. Then he gets back to the book, sleeps a little, wake up. And that was his routine. But then there was this lady who after about around that 11:30, after several, finally got up and said, nah, Ade, mama ya bet na da must interview ya 10. Ya bet na no me about 12. No communication whatsoever. Is that how companies run their things? Mukasi any bibi papa biya na wo bibi papa biya nka be pay adwuma. So after all that, the funny thing is, the people that will not make the comments themselves, but will support and say, So after a bit of ranting and murmuring, they came in later, and then the company calls them and says, well, so we are already done with the interview, and then we are choosing this person because we find that he was a lot more composed. He controlled himself very well. We think that he will work well in this portfolio. What am I saying? I'm saying that there's a lot of ways to get into things and a lot of patience that requires for the corporate world. Imagine working into banks. You see, when you work into banks, there are a lot of people you would meet. One of them is the lady that works from the back with heels, making noise and kind of knows everyone. You know, hey, how are you doing? Oh, please, you're welcome. You see those people?
Yes.
Yes. And then there are other people that have frowned as if the world is against them. You know, and that speaks to the kind of culture and the kind of experience you have. I believe that all of us here are entrepreneurs in the making. The whole idea of this event is to bring out the entrepreneur in you. So if you look on the board behind me, you see that this event is being organized by Maxwell Investment Group. Let's all say it together. How many of us Googled or know about the entity before coming? Oh, that's sad. If anyone knew Nkrumah 50 Ghana is here. I mean, I'm missing anything, no. Sorry, I forgot. So this program has been organized by Maxwell Investments Group, and the subgroup that is doing this, that has been doing this for a while, just that this is a maiden edition of the campus tour, is the Entrepreneur in You with Dr. Maxwell Mampong, who is the CEO of Maxwell Investment Group.
Can we give it up for him?
A louder one, a louder one.
You can do better. Yes. You can do more than that.
Yes.
Thank you.
It is in its extreme benevolence and cause to do good, to share his experience with us all, that he has put this together for all of us to benefit from. And then the official partners, the official and only partners, GCB, your bank for life. Please give it up for them as well.
You can do better. Do it better.
It will surprise you to know that GCB has some of the best investment opportunities out there. And then if you are interested in investments as a young person, I mean, if you want to be rich, not in cedis, but in that foreign currency, you know.
Please
you know that foreign
currency. Make it
currency.
louder. Say it louder. We didn't hear you the first time.
That foreign currency. If you want to be rich, if you want to be wealthy in that foreign currency, not just in Ghana cedis, you need to do investments. You need to learn a lot more about investments. How do you do that? GCB has some of the best investments out there for young people and for you to patronize, right? So they also have some of the less stress-free ways of opening an account. You can open an online account if you download the GCB mobile app. You know, you can download it on Play Store, get a username and a PIN, open an online account, walk into any of their offices, and then activate it. And GCB has this thing where when you open an account, you get a Visa card that same day. Not in some days later, not whatever. You open an account today, you get a Visa card today. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful? Let's give it up for them. They are doing extremely well, and we are grateful for them doing this for us. Ada, over to you.
Thank you very much. With a round of applause for Andy. Oh, he has done an amazing job. Is it just me, or I love the way he seamlessly does it? It's like he's calm and he's just speaking. Please, a round of applause for him again. So like we said, our official sponsors are GCB, your bank for life. Everybody say your bank for life. I didn't hear you. Your bank for life. So when I say GCB, you say your bank for life. GCB. GCB. How many of us are going to open accounts with them today? Wow, and you said your bank for life. And he told you that if you want to invest and make money in foreign currency, they are your sure plug. And you still don't want to take advantage of that opportunity. You will get a Visa card. So how many of us are going to open an account with GCB today?
Oh, more hands, more hands. It's really, really important. They are out there right now, so if you want to, you can join them, get to know some of the offers that they have available and patronize them. There are a wide range of offers available for all of us. So open an account. It's even less costly, the monthly deductions and all. That is my premium bank. And I don't know if any of you have seen the 70th anniversary ad. Any of you seen the GCB 70th anniversary? Anyone? Oh, okay. We are all tweeters. We tweet. We don't watch TV. Anyway, but that has been my premium bank for a very long time, and I would choose them any day and twice on Sundays. Isn't that wonderful? Yes, so please patronize the services that are available with GCB and all. Ada, let's do this.
Okay.
There's this ranging conversation. Since there's entrepreneur in you, I thought about doing this with the crowd, having a conversation before we even zoom into it. There's the informal session, so we haven't gotten into the details yet at all. Okay, some of the folks are still coming. Information is that within the next 20 minutes, they will be with us. Right, so I want us to have very fruitful conversation. Okay, very, very fruitful conversation. There is this conversation going on Twitter and social media, the Dutch passport and the PhD. Let's ask the entrepreneurs here.
Okay.
To choose a Dutch passport and a PhD.
Okay.
Let's have that conversation. I think it will be good, right? Wouldn't that be good?
Yes, it would.
We all have ideas on it, right? And be frank and you say ni power henti. Overcome feelings are shared. If genuinely, and give reasons why, let's weigh them. Let's weigh the options. See if you can sway a bit of people to your side, okay, on the issue. Because everyone has an opinion on this, right?
Yes.
So let's see. Me, I have my opinion. But if I share it, probably you want me to leave the stage. So I'll share mine at the latter point. We do this together, okay?
All
so
right.
at that shoot, I think we'll choose at random.
Yes, we would.
Me hear any man what's a Dutch passport? I'll ask you. If you look like an academic, someone who is more academic, they will think that they are the people wearing glasses. It's a lie.
No, it's not true.
It's a
It's
lie.
not true.
It's a lie. So if I look at you and then I see that you are not wearing glasses, but you look like you want to fly and leave us, and then I'll come at you. So I'll do the first pick.
Okay, so
Let's see.
I'll start with my first friend here,
Okay.
Andrews.
Thank you very much. For me, it will depend. Yes. Yeah, I will not just choose because if I get that passport and I weigh the two to know that I'll get money when I get there, than having the PhD working here, and the money that I'll get there weighs bigger or higher than what I'll get here, probably I'll choose the Dutch passport. Thank you.
Wait, we are not done. You guys, now the way I chose Andrews because I thought he was going to tell me that.
Can we get someone to help us, any usher to help us with another microphone?
So, I thought he was going to tell me that, he will stay back because he has a business. He says he wants the business to expand. He even has a business. See, your business, business partner, he's leaving, he's going to leave you. Start looking for another business partner. I thought he was going to say that he was going to stay back. But at the slightest opportunity.
No, do you know something?
So how are you building a
Now-
business that lasts?
Here, there is a choice. And here,
In life, there's always a choice.
we are weighing two things here, PhD and that of a passport. So I don't want to bring my business in now. You see, if I have the PhD and it does not relate to the business that I'm doing, so definitely where the money is, like I said earlier, I want to expand my business.
Okay.
And here comes, that passport is going to give me more money to expand my business.
Okay.
So I think I'll go for that one. But if I have the PhD and it's also going to give me more money, probably I'm going to go for the PhD.
He's being political with us. Should we pardon him or should we ask him more questions?
Okay, and I have another one here.
Oh, okay,
Let's
his
hear
business
from him.
partner.
Oh, he is. Are you the one?
Wait, which one?
Him.
Oh, yeah, that's the business partner.
Okay, then let's hear from him. Please, your name, where you are from.
All right, so my name is Moses from AAMUSTED. So as my business partner just said,
See? You see?
Yeah, so it depends. Yes, it depends. But for me, I think I'll go for the 2. Yes.
They say pick one. Everybody one. Only you now 2.
Yes.
If 2 don't agree, they can't work together.
Come on.
Because I think for the PhD, with time you finish your PhD and then from there you
No,
can
we are
take.
saying choose. We
Choose.
don't want middle grounds and middlemen. Choose. Choose between a Dutch passport and a PhD. What do you
Okay,
choose?
but before
and on
I-
what merit are you
Okay.
doing your choosing?
Okay, before I choose, I think I have to consider the challenges involved because pursuing my PhD, I think there are a lot of challenges when it comes to the monetary aspect, as compared to what?
Yeah, it's also monetary.
Yeah, for that one you are going to gain something, but for PhD
You
you are.
won't gain anything.
Yeah, but for me, I think I would choose the passport and.
On
then-
what merit?
Oh, because for my business to grow, I think I need money. Yes, I have to invest into the business. So I'll go and make money and then invest into the
So
business.
the reason why you are traveling is to get a lot more capital.
Yes, so that.
And then come back and finish.
Yes.
Is that reason enough?
No. I disagree.
People get a lot of capital in Ghana, don't they? There are lots of businesses that have started in Ghana and thrived in Ghana. So why go get capital and come back? If you want to leave us, tell us you want to leave us.
Okay, but you see, people have money, but they don't grow their business. But you see, some of us, we have the business ideas, but just that the capital is not there. So I think we can go and then work small. Since we have the idea already, we can go and work and then come back and then come and grow our our business and then also employ people to also.
Okay,
thank
let's
you.
give it up for him.
All right, I have someone here that wants to, answer. Hi, tell us your name, where you're from, and then the answer to your question.
I'm Mesha Kajubia from KSTU.
Oh, you're speaking to all of us.
Mesha Kajubia from KSTU.
Okay.
I'll go for the Dutch passport.
Wow.
Because, we know how the economy is running nowadays, Jobs over here are relatively scarce over here. So I'd rather move to outside country and find a better living at that place. And additional, because I'm putting up for more.
Wait, before you guys clap, this is not nice. I stand as a patriotic citizen. Who told you that life is better there? How do you know that life is better over there? Or because of the sun-kissed pictures you're seeing on Instagram? Oh, okay.
Have people who are living at that place.
You have people that are living in other places, not Dutch.
Yeah, other places, and Dutch too as well.
Oh, okay.
And when they come from their experience and from the things that they'll be telling us from that place, you can see that that place is very nice. And Hankas and additional, so well, GPA that be 2.2. Also PhD.
Please, a round of applause for him.
Okay.
Okay.
One here. Your name, your institution.
Hi, my name is Bright Nana Intim, popularly known as Kobe Bright. So I I'm from KSTU, sorry. I want to be controversial here. I'll choose the PhD.
Thank you.
Over the Dutch passport.
Thank you.
My reason is because antenna that I've noticed here in Ghana, all the big men having the money and all of that, after getting the money, what they do at the end is to acquire higher level in education. So I'll start early so that I can get the money later.
Please, a round of applause for him.
I am someone said it's for fun.
Someone said?
It's for fun. They get the PhD for fun. Later, for fun.
Really?
Yes, later on. Who said that? Yes.
Do you know how hard PhD is? It can't be for fun. It can't.
Okay, so for me here, I'm getting a lot of guys, so I want to pick a female.
Okay, can he speak first? Someone is already with the mic.
Yes,
Okay, so we are listening
fine.
to you.
I am Kumasi Vitus, UBS campus.
Can you stand so we can see you?
All right. Pick the PhD.
Oh, okay.
This is because with the PhD, able to learn what I'm going to do in the business field. And I'll have more knowledge on the business. And even with the capital I have, I'll be able to acquire the wealth I want.
Wow. A round of applause for him. So he's saying that furthering his studies will give him more exposure. It will help him to know more about the business he wants to venture into. A round of applause for him again.
Don't worry, everyone will get a 10. So no rush, you will get a 10. Those at the back, you get a 10. I'll definitely get there. Let me get him.
Name is Abdul. I'm from KSTU. My brother just said PhD. If you collect the PhD in Ghana, actually, I want to ask my sister this question. Why are you from Nigeria? You came to Ghana, why? But there are universities there, but you came here. You came here for a purpose, right?
No,
so I have to also go outside for a purpose. Yeah.
A bit of correction on that. Ada was born here.
Okay.
Ada was born here just as she has
She was born
So by virtue of her birth,
Yes.
she is Ghanaian.
With this, our hot sun, you are going for PhD. You see, you are here, you feel cold, right? Feel the environment. That's how, if you get the passport, that's how you feel.
No, not even if you get there. When you get the passport.
Yeah.
That's when you get the passport.
There is no sun.
No, you are saying that when you get the passport.
And you go.
So, and you go.
Yes.
I saw when you get the passport,
There be when your passport no kwano like any general about much and you are quite no data.
Please, let's give it up for him. Let's give it up for him.
A round of applause for him, please.
Okay.
Okay, so I have another person here. I'm not really getting the females, though. It's like we don't have a...
Don't worry, I'll choose them.
Okay, no problem. So, yes.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Matthias from AAMUSTED.
Okay.
I'll go for the Dutch passport because the best form of education is getting the opportunity to explore, to travel. Travel around the world.
Your philosophy hard,
and
I like that.
I believe people are with the school of thoughts that with PhD, you can equally travel. But considering probably one or two things, I think it will be more convenient traveling with a Dutch passport, having that luxurious life we all dream to have. We are here as entrepreneurs just to make money, right? So if you get the opportunity to make money from one country to the other, you only live once, so go and come back. You see that thing? So that passport. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for him, please. Wow.
Okay. Let me pick another one here.
Okay.
Your name, your institution.
Okay, my name is Ajma Richard, KSTU, Banking and Finance. Mine is our PhD. For this reason, because you all want to travel, it's obvious. But you have to know that my lecturer taught me one thing that it keeps in my mind all the time. He says, the richest man is in America, at the same time the poorest person is in America. Ask me why.
Why?
Because, why? There's it. But I studied in economics, and what I learned from there, my lecturer, he said that America is a capitalist country, right? And then one thing we know about all capitalist countries or marketing countries, one thing. People who get benefit, doesn't matter whether the other one suffer or not. So we want to go outside and go and work over there. But going there, do you have any means of going there? Just travel to America, go to China. But even recently, even China company even leaving their country to other country to go and work. They want to go there. One thing is, everybody wants to travel. I agree, me too if I can travel. But one thing, I have to acquire knowledge first. Because I believe one thing, if you study here and go and further out there, You get job easier than going there without have any knowledge or any academic background. You can go and work, be a labor there. Yes, it's good. But please, acquire something. Because I believe that, for example, if I'm a chartered banker, and I go there right now, with my set, you can't tell me that I should go and be boy, go and watch what, plate. What I have acquired something, my set is helping for me to go there. So what, going there, all of us want to travel, yes, but you don't know the hardship over there. The one thing I acquire knowledge first. It's also important.
A round of applause for him.
Okay, so I know I have someone here, yes, while listening to you. The question is a Dutch passport or get a PhD?
Any day, anytime, I would choose passport or PhD.
Wow.
Based on the same topic, it was put on Twitter. And a man commented that he's working in a mines company with a very good income. And the income was 8,000 Ghana cedis every month. That was the money he was earning. Then another person raised an issue that even if you are earning 8,000, it's too small. The same mines company, somebody is also taking 15,000 cedis every month. Then somebody came with this calculation that he's a mere cleaner in US. He work in hours, and when you work per hour, it is $20. So every day he is able to work for 8 hours. When you do the calculation for a month, you are getting somewhere 62,730, which is even the price, the amount can. I don't know if president is even taking that money in Ghana yet.
Wait, is it before or after taxes?
That is gross. Even if they tax the person, I'm not sure that money will be somewhere close to 50,000. And if you are earning in Ghana, you are getting 50,000. It's a huge plus for you. So I'll choose passport over PhD anytime, any day, anyhow.
Okay. I have a question for him. But you know, in America, they spend US dollars, right? USD. Why are you converting their money to cedis? Because they are not going to spend it in cedis. They are going to spend it in dollars.
Because you asked the question here that a PhD in Ghana and a passport any day, anytime. Passport is way. Charlie, the governor.
Okay. Thank you. Round of applause for him. Okay, let's have our first lady, since we started the conversation, your name, your institution.
My name is Erica MFA, a KSTU student doing secretaryship and management studies. I think I'll go for that passport because I can still be there and get the PhD.
Come again. What was the reason?
I said I can still go for it and do the PhD later. That's
Okay. Give it to the person next to you. A round of applause for her. She's the first person. Ada, do you have anyone on your?
Yes. I have another lady. Yes, please.
My name is Baraki Sukala. I'm from UBIDS, LM400 BSc Accounting.
The microphone a bit closer so we can hear you.
My name is Baraki Sukala. I'm from UBIDS, LM400 BSc Accounting student. If I have to choose between PhD and that passport, I'll go for PhD because it comes with more valuable opportunities in the long run. Yeah.
A round of applause for her. No, now, but look at it. Look at it. If I had come here and introduced myself as Dr. Ada versus Ada, which one has more prestige? No, you guys, listen again, listen. My name is Dr. Adugo Modelim, and then my name is Adugo Modelim. A round of applause for her once more. Do you have any other person there?
So let's do this. I think very soon we'll be zooming right into the main male on the course. So what we'll do is, after him, those on my right, if you have something, you just queue behind the microphone we've set up, and on the other end too, so that we can get it in a bit of an orderly fashion. Is that okay? Yes, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Emmanuel from Pong. From AAMUSTED K. It's AAMUSTED Kumasi. Accounting level 300 student. I'm good to have my brother here who contested for either a president or so. And losses. I contested for Autonomy of Financial Secretary last year. In fact, Mary Potter. It's good for me to get my brother here. I'm in for the Dutch passport. Let's observe this condition first. Even as they all enjoy this condition first. For you to get your money, for you to get your certificate, those kind of, you have Dr. Kwaku Atin. He was first in Entrepreneurial. No initiate. Actually, Obenya Nisika. From the Sikano, he now be the Dr. Kwaku Atin without even not going just a few minutes. And the 90 said, Makofo, that certificate, that passport to get finance to solicit for those, the doctors and those kind of certificates. Why not? Easy cross Ubenya Sika that supported those certificates. You know. So, brothers and sisters, I really plead on behalf of all of us. Let's go in for the Dutch passport.
Let's use the microphones on the aisle, like I said, so that we do this in the orderly fashion.
So yes.
Please, my name is Muniratu from UGBS, offering banking and finance level 200. I will go for the PhD because countries including UK and USA, they don't use titles like doctor. So I would rather go for the PhD so that I will use my academic title to invest and improve my educational highlights.
A round of applause for her, please. Please, can you give her a round of applause? Her reason is very valid, please. I support her. Please,
so, if you want to say something, don't just join the next person, okay? So that we know that at a point, if you are in the queue and we are exhausting our options, we are zooming straight into the session. We don't have to stop you from joining. Please, you understand? Yeah. So I think just four people will be fine, so that it doesn't cause a lot of harm. So 4 people join here. So 4 people at a time, okay? Because at a point we are going to end this so that we move on, okay? So next person.
I'm in the person of Gufran Tahiru, a BSc planning student from UBIDS. I would say when choosing between a passport and a PhD, depends on your goals and your priorities. So for me, I would choose a PhD because it will expose you to more teaching and learnings, more job opportunities, and that will grant you to get the visa you are expecting, the passport you are expecting. So going for a passport will not lead you to more opportunities open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's a valid reason. Let's give our hands for him. Let's give him a hand of applause, please. Yes, thank you.
My name is Hamza Awal. I will choose PhD because the visa card does not guarantee you wealth. We know other people who are out there, and we equally send them money to survive. So having a visa does not guarantee you wealth. If you have PhD, you can be a Ghana, then you can make it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's pick from my left.
I'm a person of Mahmoud Hadi, AAMUSTED campus, level 200 accounting department. I'd rather choose the PhD because PhD represents the significant
Let's hear him out.
Academic excellence and the speed, and also contribute to the field. Sometimes it also demonstrates you to the high level of critical thinking and dedication. But the Dutch passport is only provide you citizenship and then a privilege for you to travel. That is what I know about this too. So I'd rather go for the PhD. Thank you.
A round of applause for him. Thank you.
I'm the person of Justin Zinedari. I'll choose the passport with the reason that in Ghana here, you and I know that you can have a PhD and you'll be unemployed for numerous years. But securing that passport, if I go out there, I can get job that I will do. At the end of the day, I will develop myself and even use that money to rule my students and enroll them to even get that PhD instead of myself. And myself, I can still get it after my children. Thank you.
I have a question. Wait, before you go back. Before you go back. I have one question for you. By the way, you look really nice. I love your cultural attire. So my question is, what's the guarantee that if you couldn't get a job here in your motherland, that you will get a job in someone else's land? That they will allow you, a foreigner, to get a job in their own land?
Okay, thank you very much for this question.
You're welcome.
You and I, as Ghana here, we know that there are jobs, but it depends on who you know, not who you are. But out there, if you go, even someone who is a toilet cleaner there, the person earns more than even some teachers in Ghana. So there is no way you will get the money and still develop yourself, use this to establish businesses, and at the end of the day, yourself and your children will all bear that PhD name. You will all be called doctor. There is a lot of privileges that you can get. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So I think for now the line ends where it is, so that right after that we can zoom into other things.
Okay.
Yes.
So yes, please.
I'm Evans Aboa, computerized accounting student, Kumasi Technical University. In my opinion, I think you have to know whom you are before you choose between the passport and the PhD. Because me, I always do say destiny is always a destiny. It doesn't matter where you be, or it doesn't matter the degree or the PhD that you have. So in my opinion, I think you have to know the kind of person that you are before you choose between the passport and the PhD. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a hand.
What will you choose?
If you ask what I would choose, say, I will not choose passports and I will not choose PhD too, because I know a lot of people on the streets of,
It's okay.
I know a lot of people on the streets outside Ghana struggling, you understand? And I know a lot of people who have PhD still struggling. So to me, I think you have to know your destiny. You have to know who you are before you choose, that's all.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause for him.
All right. I'm a person of Balogan, Rahim, from AAMUSTED. Please, with all due respect, I will choose the Dutch passport. The
With all
reason
due
is,
respect. To us or to Ghana?
I'm going to choose the Dutch passport because outside the country, when you go there, the system is working. But when you come to Africa, for instance, in Ghana, you can be an educated person having the PhD, and yet you'll be unemployed. So when you go there and you are, let's say, you are a cleaner there, you can earn a lot of money there. And when you come here, you can establish your business. Yes. I know a lot of people outside the country that they just went and they are not yet employed. They are not working. But when they get job there, they will get the enough money to come and establish something here. We all know that, let's say, if somebody is doing something outside the country, in Europe, and the person is taking, let's say, the person is taking, like, let's say, 3,000 Ghana cedi in India currency. When it comes here, and when you change it to our currency, the money is going to be double. So I'll choose the passport instead of the PhD. Thank you.
Let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up quickly. On my right.
All right, so good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Lord Akumi, a student of KSTU, an accounting with computing, level 300 BTech, a former executive and the founder of KSTU's first.
Come on!
All right, so basically, I'm the founder of KSTU's first long-term financial literacy campaign. That's the Financial Innovators Network. All right. So with a question, one thing, I think everyone is kind of missing a point here. It is not a realistic question, it's just a scenario. So I don't want us to go too deep into realistics. I want us to weigh the options first. For a PhD, it's one of the highest educational qualifications one can get. And for this, it means a lot for when one person has it. It could either mean, it means that this person is very determined to go, through these years of education to attain that level. The person is hardworking, all these qualities one possesses to get that. Now, with this, it just stays within this country. And now we are all here as entrepreneurs, one way or the other. Now, as an entrepreneur myself, when I weigh these options, that's the PhD and the Dutch passport, I'll consider the Dutch passport, and this is my reason. Wait.
Allow.
Wait. The PhD, first of all, most of the biggest businessmen in this country didn't start off with a PhD. That's one thing you need to consider. Secondly, the Dutch passport is like one of the top 5 passports in the country. In the world, meaning that you could travel to over 100 countries visa-free. Now, what does this mean to an entrepreneur? It means that you have a wider perspective or a wider scope of investors. You could travel, solicit for investors, and get more investment for your business. You could expand your businesses without having to do too many formalities.
Right.
So we are not just here as individuals or using our personal dilemmas to answer this question. We are here as entrepreneurs, and we have to treat it as such. So from an entrepreneurial perspective, I would choose the option that gives me more reach to customers, more reach to investment, and more reach for more profit. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A round of applause for him.
Kindly wrap it up. So the queue ends with the lady on my left, and then with the guy on my right. Then we move on to other things. On my left, yes.
I'm the person of Kelvin Opokwechamp. Well, with us to choose between the Dutch passport and the PhD, there is no doubt, no debate, no argument. The question even was posed straight. It was, as an entrepreneur, which one would you choose between the Dutch passport and the PhD? First of all, Germany itself is the second leading country which supports all entrepreneurs. And then let's bring Ghana. Let's consider Ghana in this argument. Ghana, too, in Africa, followed by Cameroon. Cameroon is, I think, the 7th. Only in Africa. And in the world, it's like around the 85th or something. To consider this, between a Dutch passport and a PhD, there's no doubt we are going for the Dutch passport, straightforward.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Tubinte Emmanuel, UGBS, offering Bachelor of Commerce, Procurement and Supply Chain Management. Choosing between the two, I will go for the Dutch passport. Let's relate this to power. According to my professor, Professor John Akbara, he says, and I quote, that if, he says, and I quote, that if there should be an opportunity for you to sell your mother for power, you do it. Get the power, come back for your mother. So if there will be this opportunity, I will choose the Dutch passport, go abroad, get money, come back and get my PhD. Thank you.
Right.
Good morning. I'm in the person of Abdul Shaban Yakubu, a student from UBIS. If I'm given the opportunity to choose between the two, I would choose the Dutch passport because our focus here is based on an entrepreneur.
Please, let's hear him out. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out. Hello? Hello? Yes, great. Let's hear him.
I'm in the person of Appiah-Minkah, a student from UGBS, offering Bachelor of Commerce in Accounting level 300. If I'm granted the opportunity to choose between the two, I'll choose the Dutch passport because our focus here is on an entrepreneur. As an entrepreneur, you are dealing with what? Goods and services. So limiting your goods and services within one country, you will not have any experience to see how far you can gain more money. Because we have a lot of PhD holders who are working under business people. The Dangotes are there, the McDonald's are there, the Bill Gates are there. They have a lot of people who are working under them, but they have what? PhD. So as an entrepreneur, when you are being given the opportunity, please choose the Dutch passport because it's not granted to anybody. To my understanding, or to how I'm thinking about it, they can't just grant that passport to anyone because you have to also be a tycoon or you have to also be a big person before you can be granted that one. So I'll choose that passport.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next.
Good morning. I'm Namia Wisawe Awisa from UBIS. I'm offering health administration studies. Here is the case, like if I'm being given the opportunity, I'll prefer the passport. Let's say going to visit all those places is more or less like you empowering yourself or impacting much in yourself. To me, for instance, this is my third tour in a trimester. And to say the fact, I can already feel a PhD in my name. So this is it. I will say, see the world, plan the world, and plan yourself. Thank you.
All right, so the name still remain Moses. Please, when I'm to choose between that passport and then the PhD in Ghana, I will go for that passport because first, let's start from here. You've studied, you did your first degree. Second degree, that's your master's. So if you can still do something, meaning, or if you survive or you be a successful person, you can be a successful person or the person you want to be with these two certificates, right? Yeah, so for me, if I'm to choose, I'll choose that passport, go and work and then come and invest in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so my name is Derek from Pong, BSc Accounting Education Level 200. And choosing between a Dutch passport and also a PhD, research has made us to understand that when you're having a Dutch passport, it grants you the opportunity to move to different countries. And in Ghana, there is a basic saying that education is the key to success. So having the Dutch passport, it makes education easier for you in that particular country. But having the PhD, there is this quote one of my professors said, that's Professor Joseph Mbauni. And he said that having a PhD means it's leading yourself to a physical head damage. So I will choose the Dutch passport over PhD. Thank you.
A round of applause for him, please.
So, wait, guys. So you people are quoting professors and choosing a Dutch passport. You are quoting your professors and still choosing Dutch passports. Okay. Please move on.
So, my name is Bright Sohininyakon, the local news president for AAMUSTED Mampong campus. A brother walked here and said he would choose the Dutch passport because the system is working there. But mind you, forever and ever you still be a Ghanaian. And in the hearts of everybody here is a better Ghana. So me, I'll choose PhD because I think we have to stay here, build our country, so we get to a place we can compare. I'll choose the PhD because we have to stay here, build our country, so that it will get to a time you can compare that PhD to a Ghanaian passport. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next person on my right.
Hi, my name is Joseph Collins.
I'm a student of KSTU. Okay, for me, if I'm to choose between passport and a PhD, what I would say is there are two things at stake, which is power and access. You may have access, but not have power, because it is easier to make it in Ghana than to make it in someone else's country. Yes, I am an example of that. I have lived in Nigeria and Ghana for quite a number of years of my life. No, let's use that as an example, please. And it is harder to live in Nigeria than to be in Ghana. So for me, I would choose Ghana. I would choose a PhD because it makes it easy for me. I have access, I have power. But if I go to another man's land, I may not have that same power that I have in my own land. So I would choose the PhD over the passport.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, my name is Harriet Konedu, a student of AAMUSTED, Mampong. I find myself very awed in this room because the course that I do is so different from the courses that most people do here. I remember when the mic was going around, people were saying, I do accounting, banking. That's very good because it says entrepreneur in you. That's very nice. I do public health. And I'll choose between a Dutch passport and a PhD. I'll choose a PhD because I know in this room, 90% will choose a Dutch passport. And this belief or this saying is coming from the fact that our belief system has done an excellent job or has done an excellent work by reducing each and every one of us here to employment. Mind you, that Dutch man over there or a white man over there has purpose in his mind to be deployed rather to be employed. So I want each and every one of us here to purpose something different in our minds, far from what our education system has partly taught us to believe. That, oh, go to a tertiary, after that you find a job. Into go to a tertiary and make a business out of it. In the sense that you should be able to move into a community and purpose in your mind that I won't get a job, but I'm actually going to make a business. Because in every ordinary or every Ghanaian person has purpose that, oh, if I enter into a new community, I'm going to get a job. But the white man wouldn't enter a community and say, I'm going to get a job. But instead, he's going to make a business. So what is the difference between him and us? Would the Dutch man choose a Ghanaian passport over offering a PhD in his own country? No. So why can't we say that we would offer a PhD over a Dutch passport? Are we saying that we are not much to be respected as them? We earn all the equal right to be respected, to be seen that we are also people of relevance and importance, just as them. I'll stay here and I know that people in different countries will call to my name and seek for me to come and even speak to them. And it's going to be a privilege to them. I'm not going to reduce myself to unemployment. I'll stay here and offer a PhD.
Let's give it a round for her.
Please, I'm in the person of Che Obin Joshua, popularly known as ISPO, a land management student from UBIDS. Please, if these options are being presented to me, a passport and a PhD, with no doubt, I'm going to pick a passport. The truth is, we all can tell that the reason why we are here, it is because of money. That is the charter. The reason why we are here is to get more money. And what is more than money is more money. Please, if you want to get the PhD, the doctorate, whatever you want to get, the Bible is going to tell you that money answereth all things in Ecclesiastes chapter 10 verse 19. So if you waste your time by not picking the passport to get more money, my friend, I'm sorry for you. Thank you.
What?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. My name is Nimo Richard from Kumasi Technical University.
Our banker.
Yeah, banker. Of course, I would choose PhD. The reason why I would choose PhD, when you say someone has acquired PhD, it means the person has get more knowledge and knows a lot. And of course, when you have money, that's not all. You still need the knowledge. So why won't I go for the knowledge first? And if I have the knowledge, I will be able to sell myself. Because when I acquired a PhD, I believe in myself that I'll be a great product to be sold to the whole nation, not to only Ghana. When we are looking at the Americans, and they have been able to develop their country, and it's not just the money they use their knowledge. So I acquiring a PhD gives me the opportunity to be able to solve more problems and have more knowledge about this world, and I can do a lot about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give it up for him.
Okay, thank you. I'm Jennifer Prince from Kumasi Technical University, offering procurement and supply chain management, a level 100 student. To answer this question between a Dutch passport and a PhD, first of all, we all make decisions and then we think about where we are coming from. I mean your family background. Take a look in this country. How many richer homes are in Ghana? How many rich homes do you have in Ghana? And how many poor homes do you have in Ghana? Just think about it. And now let's say my family can't take care of me to get the PhD certificate. My family can only afford for me to get a degree certificate. And now, we all want to, please our parents before they die. So after getting a degree certificate, I'm not just jumping to PhD. I need to work. Just calculate it. How many years are you going to work before you get your degree certificate and then you move on to PhD? Now, right away, since I want to please my parents, for them to know, yes, they had a legend in the family, I'm going for the Dutch passport. Because honor your parents, says the Bible, Ephesians. So I'll just go for the Dutch passport, to make my family proud of me, not Ghana. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Mavis Laslolo from AAMUSTED Mampong.
Please get a bit closer to the microphone. Yeah.
My name is Mavis Laslolo from AAMUSTED Mampong. Everybody is thinking of running away from a country where you see you are coming from. I think what we, the youth of today, lack is creativity and innovation. Because where we are running to, they made their country out of creativity and innovating. So what about we, the youth, decided that we want to be creative and we want to be innovative and adapt what they are doing there. But we think after education, the government should employ us. Why don't you create that employment for ourselves and others? So I think I would choose the PhD. With the PhD, I can do my side business where I can also employ others to work. So running out of our country, all in the name of seeking for a job, is not going to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take our last one.
My name is Sarkodie Rekon. I want you all to just look at this. When you are sitting down mid-sem, end of semester, and you are learning, how do you feel? How is the feeling like? Just mid-semester and end of semester. See the way you are suffering. When you are sitting behind the paper, you want number 2, is it A or B? And you don't know. And you want a PhD. Oh, come on. Please be real. And please get your Dutch passport and move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Let's give ourselves a round of applause.
Oh, you can do better than that.
A rousing one. Thank you all very much. So, I'm sure we all have something to say. We all have opinions on this, right? So, for all of us that could not voice out in the open, in our heads, we know what we'll choose, right? But the truth of the matter is, I have this friend. There are 2 brothers, actually. The elder one is called Enoch. The younger one is called Prince. So it happens that Prince traveled out of the country a while back, and then he came after some 5 years. He traveled very early, and he came after 5 years. He's in school, He's finished with school, he's working, he's doing very well. When we go to the house, I think this day there was a naming ceremony, and we went to the house. One of the aunties was like, Enoch, Nabra Prince way. I get on it. One of the aunties was like, Enoch is the eldest, Prince is the youngest. Then he says, Enoch, Bra Prince way. You are still not getting it, eh? There's a reason the youngest is being called Bra and the eldest is being called by his name. That is unfortunate because that's the society we find ourselves in, right? But the argument half the time is that, and the truth of the matter is, all of us cannot leave this country. Can we? Yes. We can't all leave this country in search of greener pastures. All of us in this room can't leave this country. And as entrepreneurs, what can you do to substitute that? The real argument is that, are you going to choose between a passport and acquiring knowledge at this time? That is the real question as an entrepreneur. Are you going to choose a passport over acquiring knowledge? Because that's what PhD is about, acquiring higher education and a lot more knowledge. Because the truth of the matter is, in this instance, right now, right here, as entrepreneurs, there is a way to scale your business beyond your location right now.
Very true.
Isn't it?
Yes.
And you can be here and scale your business outside and earn in a foreign currency. Then you are living here, but per location you are doing something else. I think that all of us have a misconstrued idea of how to live in our country. You see, this week, I had the experience of remodeling an office space, okay, and we had done a budget. We had spoken to the contractors, those that would do the POP, the designs and everything. And it will surprise you to know that as we went along the way, the people working on them wanted to add a lot more stuff. Okay. We are all dishonest one way or the other. Yeah. And we talk about a very good system. How do we get a very good system when we are dishonest with each other? Remember that where you want to go took over 100 years to get to that point. How did they get there? Even China, recently, that wanted to become an economic superpower, had to take some stringent steps for themselves. Are we ready to do that on individual notes? Because surprisingly, they won't do that. We won't do that here. But we'll go to someone else's country and we'll do it. Isn't that the case? Yes. Isn't that the case?
Yes.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi.
That is the case. We won't do that here, but we'll do that there. Help them advance and leave us the way we are. And that is not a good thing. As an entrepreneur, choose knowledge over everything. And most of you kept saying more money, more money, more money. The reason why we are here is not money. Is anyone sharing money here today?
No.
What are we sharing here?
Knowledge.
Because what the organizers of this event, grand as it is, having out of their will and benevolence to travel from where they are to cater for you traveling for where you are right here is because they want to share their experiences in the form of knowledge to you. Yes. So that when you start your business, if you start an investment, you can become more like them or more than them. And that is the idea. See, I have met a lot of people in Ghana, and I think that half the time, the people we taught, I won't mention names for the sake of the cameras and stuff, but the people that when I was growing up, I thought had a lot of money really don't. Because the case is, if the way I want to be wealthy, I'm looking at multi-conglomerates and multi-billion stuff. And the people I was growing up and thought, these people are rich, it was because they had a house and they had a car. Is that what we reduce it to? No. So what can we do as entrepreneurs? I'm saying this so that we gear up ourselves, we engineer our minds towards the conversation that we are about to have today. Okay, are we all here?
Yes.
Are we all here?
Yes.
I've seen a lot more people join us. So let's do a bit of roll call. There are a lot of participating schools here. And so let's do a bit of roll call, gearing ourselves straight into the event right from here. So is University of Ghana Business School here? Let's give a shout and a wave. University of Ghana Business School.
You're welcome.
A louder one. Yes. Thank you all very much. Is UBIDS here? Is UBIDS here? Is UBIDS here?
I love the energy.
Thank you very much. Is KSTU here? KSTU, why are you only 5? Is KSTU here? Is KSTU here? Great, great, great. Is AAMUSTED Mampong here? Is AAMUSTED Mampong here? Great. Is AAMUSTED Kumasi campus here?
Hey!
Are we here? Is KNUST here?
We're here. I'm here.
They are on their way. There's a lot of lectures going on, so they'll be in soon. But then, like I said, this is my 52nd opportunity to MC an event and co-MC an event as well with my ever beautiful Ada. Please give it up for her once again.
Thank you.
And give it up for yourselves. You are looking very lovely and corporate. A louder one for yourselves, please. A louder one for yourselves.
Do it better for yourselves.
So, as promised, we are zooming straight into the session, right? But then I'll have to take the opportunity to remind you that this event is officially organized by Maxwell Investments Group, Maxwell Investments Group, and under the theme or the program, the sub-program is Entrepreneur in You by or with Dr. Maxwell Mampong, and the official sponsors of this event, by whom we are graciously here, is GCB, your bank for life. Please, let's give it up for them. Thank you very much. So, without much ado, I'd like to take the opportunity to invite the General Manager for Maxwell Investments Group. She's also a deaconess in Faith Missionary Church. She's also a medical doctor. She's also a medical doctor, and her name is Dr. Abigail Anyomi. Please let's invite her with a round of applause to give us the opening prayer.
And don't stop clapping until she gets here.
A louder one. A louder one. She's a general manager, so she wants a bit of, or room. Please give her a hand. Please give her a hand as she makes her way. So we understand that with everything, we're having a bit of an informal session, so we gear ourselves and tune our minds towards this. We understand that with everything, no matter what power you ascribe to, we start with what you believe in, because inherently we all believe in a power greater than us. So we ascribe everything we are doing right here in this auditorium to a power higher than us, and make sure that everything is successfully done. And so Miss Abigail will take us in an opening prayer. Dr. Abigail, will take us in an opening prayer so that we move on. Please who's getting Dr. Abigail for me. Please let's give it up for her. A louder one, please.
Please shall we pray? Our Father, we thank you for today, and we thank you for the opportunity to meet together as students and as experts in entrepreneurship to discuss what we know. We thank you for the traveling mercies, and we are grateful for an opportunity like this. Today, we commit this program into your hand and ask that you bless it and let it be a meaningful session for each and every person that has attended this event. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Thank you very much. Let's give it up for her. Once again, this event is organized by Maxwell Investments Group, Entrepreneur in You, with Dr. Maxwell Mampong, the official sponsors being GCB, your bank for life. Like I said earlier on, GCB has a lot of offers available for you as an entrepreneur, and you can't bank with any financial institution than GCB. GCB has been in existence for a very, very long time and will be here when the other banks are away, because just recently we had our 70th anniversary, and we've been doing this for a very long time, as long as Ghana has been in existence. And doing this for you, we give you the opportunity to open an account, have your Visa card on the same day, have online banking at ease, do investments with us for your profit. So GCB, your bank for life, with Maxwell Investment Group, brings to you entrepreneurship, Entrepreneur in You. Please, let's give it up for them once again. So we all know that this event, Entrepreneur in You, got us all roused up to be here today. It happens that we saw something about Dr. Maxwell and the group that is organizing this, and there's an opportunity for us to have a lot to learn, and to learn a whole lot from seasoned speakers that we saw on the flyer, and to learn from them, and to see how they got to become who they are. Because we all want to take our business, those of us that have not started businesses yet, to start something. Those of us that are selling just one or two things on our statuses, to take it to a larger level. Those of us that have started something, to take it to the global level. We all want to scale up. So how do we do that? We need to bring the entrepreneur in us. And that is the whole idea on Entrepreneur in You. For those of us that have followed this for a while, you know that on Joy Business on specific days, you would see videos and teachings and things to learn from Dr. Maxwell on Joy Business and on YouTube as well. So if you haven't followed yet, kindly follow the accounts on YouTube, Dr. Maxwell Mampong, and listen to the videos and learn a whole lot. So this is it, right? A bit of Dr. Maxwell, the CEO of Maxwell Investments Group, that we all know. It's a great thing to have a great personality, want to do this for you out of his cause for society, to see a lot of Ghanaian people, Ghanaian young people, and young people all over the world to become like him, or to learn from him and his expertise. So today we don't just have him, but we have other guest speakers. But I wouldn't take the lead or run before the horse in doing this. Dr. Maxwell Mampong is a driving impact in finance and sustainable models in Africa's agri-trade and more. He's the CEO of Maxwell Investments Group that has been in Ghana for a very long time and worked across the globe on major investments all over. And we have the opportunity to have him speak to us today and to have us ask him some questions on how he got to where he is, you know, and how we can also get to where he is. You know, you ask a lot of entrepreneurs, I'm sure you've seen those skits or video. You see, you ask some entrepreneurs, and then they tell you, I started with what?
1 Ghana cedi.
1 Ghana cedi, 20 pesos. And this is where we get to see the realities of how to bring out the entrepreneur in you. So with a standing ovation, please let's give him a standing ovation with a clap,
a thunderous
loud clap, and a chant of his name, Dr. Maxwell Mampong. Please let's give him a hand, a round of applause for Dr.
Can
Maxwell.
we chant his name? Dr.
Maxwell Mampong. Please let's go, Dr. Maxwell Mampong. A large clap, please. A large clap. He's not in yet. Yes. Thank you very much.
You can do better than this.
Better. A louder one. A louder one.
What a sight. What a sight. I'd like you to clap for yourselves once again. But this time you're clapping for you, so make it louder. And louder. And louder. Please take a seat. If anybody knows me, they know I'm very direct, so I'll go straight to the point. We are here because we all want certain things. And I have communicated to our partners certain things that we want. And I think I should cross-check if we are all on the same page. Do you think that's a fair approach? Oh, louder. Do you think it's a fair approach? Okay. We want money, true or false? Hey, do you want the money? We want money. Okay. We want to learn how to earn a living. True or false? Okay. Can anybody else tell me something we want? Money. I have one passport. We are here because we want to have correspondence between ourselves and each other. And our esteemed partner, GCB Bank PLC, on how best we can grow the entrepreneur in our individual selves. We are in uncertain times. 20 years ago, times changed every 5-10 years. Now, prices are changing, I think, every 3 days, every 2 days. Things are getting dicey. As young people, as sharp young people, I am so impressed by what I've seen on the WhatsApp groups. You guys are the future of this initiative. And that is why my first Ayuko goes all of you. Ayuko.
Without your lawyer, you can choose to live without your accountant. You can never choose to live without food. So we chose as businessmen, Dr. Abigail is a medical doctor, licensed medical doctor from the University of Ghana Medical School. We have an archaeologist in our midst. We have a mechanical engineer in our midst, and still choosing agriculture. So we chose a problem that will last. And then the formula was, how big is the market? It contributes over 50% to the GDP. But then we also realized that we are not contributing the 50% to the GDP. So how big is our market? Then we went in to realize that you have to follow certain guidelines to guide you towards where you have to go. And for us, it was 3 things. Number one, you need to, like I just said, identify a problem that everybody will have. So you want to fix. So primarily, a company Maxwell Investment Group, I don't know what to project it. Maxwell Investment Group is basically agro-commodity traders. We grow, we buy standardized agricultural commodities. It's a problem because people have to eat it. How do you communicate that to the client? Because if you have it and the client doesn't know that you have the service that will work, so make sure we have an efficient team to have a niche market. So those that buy the what we do, it's a niche market. And then the third is have a good product. No matter how much you sell yourself, no matter how big the problem is, if your product is whack, the idea won't work. True or false? So then we decided to get to work. And today I'm going to tell you the story. That's all. Thank you very much. Okay, I would like to add that. So there is no formula for the creation of the idea. There isn't. You read books and you say 5 steps to something. Sometimes say 5 C's. Sometimes say 7 F's. It reminds me of student politics. You see, so if it's George, so I'll write George vertically, and the first one is G. G stands for good. E, empathetic. It's not about that. Ideas can come from anywhere, anytime. But there is a way for the idea to be generated. So let me give you a simple example. What do you observe? What do you see? When you were coming here, you saw a lot of things by the roadside. What did you see? To see is to see. When you look, you are likely to see. I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about observation. So I see these people every morning, or these persons, every morning at 7 o'clock. They move from here to there. That is what they are doing. The question is why? Who is doing it? When? How? That is the beginning of idea creation. Why are they doing it? And as I said, it is not looking, it is not watching, it is observing. When you observe something, it means you are observing it with intent. There's a way to casually look at something. There's a way to chat about something. When you are even having a casual conversation with someone, there's a way to listen into that conversation. That is a casual chat. But you can have that same conversation, but this time with an intent to understanding exactly why what happens the way it does. There's a friend of mine when we were on campus. He will be watching football. He watches differently. We typically will be watching who has possession of the football. He doesn't. He watches beyond that and starts shouting, "Goal!" There is no goal. The ball is around the middle of the pitch, but he has seen certain movements way ahead of the player who is possessing the ball. So he knows the moment the pass goes there, it is very likely there will be a goal. It is the way you see it. If you see somebody wearing a cloth or clothes or a dress, what do you observe? They are wearing something. Does it send you a signal? If somebody tells you, what does that mean? And what signal? That is where the idea starts from. You are on campus. There are thousands of students. You are very good at making up. And you don't want to make a business out of it because you are studying business. You study business doesn't make you a business person. Let's clear some of those things. It doesn't make you a business. It is what you do with it. So, I'll come back again, but I just want to take the scales off your eyes to think you'll be there and an idea will come, like little numbers on the actual faculty track, near 3244. You might be lucky if it does, but typically it will be around it. Some of us whose parents have been involved in some form of business, or etc. That's probably a platform to start from. But I'm telling you, this, put it here, turn this. No. That is not it. Entrepreneurship has a lot of risks because what you are typically going to do may have been done by one person or the other, but it is not the normal stuff. You have to create value out of it. And two last things. The idea has to be feasible. It has to be able to work. Can it work? Yes. If not, don't start it. Two, it has to be viable. It is a business we are talking about. It's not a hobby. So, for it to be viable, somebody must be prepared to pay for it. Paying for it means you are delivering something of value to the recipient. Are we aligned? Are we aligned? No, I'm not feeling it. Are we aligned on this one? Yes. What I'm saying here is that somebody has to pay for it. So if you wake up one day and say, you're battling people's shares for a fee, ask yourself whether the person you are battling their shares or dress for will be prepared to pay you something. What are you selling? Is it convenience? Because when you are home and the Uber comes, it's part of what they are selling you, right? You order from the convenience of your home, from the convenience of your phone, they are selling you something. Is it reliable? Rather than go to the roadside, you could be there for 30 minutes, no car drives past. They are selling you something. Is it speed? In business, they say you don't say it is cheap. They say it is competitively priced. What are you selling? Is it consistency? Is it security? People pay for bodyguards, not for security or what to do. They are prepared to pay. Whatever you think about, think and ask whether somebody would pay for it. These two things never forget. Feasibility and viability, and that is about whether the idea has a good chance of success or not. Thank you very much.
So we need to take note of, first of all, we need to be able to observe. We need to make sure that whatever ideas we have are working or can work. We need to make sure that it's valuable and that people will be willing to pay for what we are selling. And we need to take note of what we are selling to people. Please, another round of applause for Dr. Maxwell and Mr. George. So going through the question, it would be a follow-up to what they both talked about, and we will be directing this to Mr. Linus. So it's from Misha Mahmuda, Bachelor of Commerce Accounting for UBIDS. Is he in the house? Is he here? Misha, are you here? Okay, we'll just go straight to his question. So he's asking, what makes someone an entrepreneur?
Thanks for the follow-up question. What makes someone an entrepreneur? The basic thing perhaps one would like to ask before you arrive about what entrepreneur is. And I think Dr. Max mentioned it. Are you solving a problem? Do you have a solution to somebody's problem? And do you know how to add value to somebody's products? So there is a myth about entrepreneurship that you need to follow some 10 steps that I mentioned, 4 steps, 20 steps to become an entrepreneur. That is not entrepreneurship. If you came to me to the bank and you said, well, these are the 4 steps you want to follow, and therefore you need funding to support that, I will look at your face straight and tell you, you need to try something else. The truth is, you have a solution to add value to a problem. You are inspired Like you said, you've observed a particular way of doing things, and therefore you think you can add value to it. And that idealization, or creating the value that you need to add to it, makes you the entrepreneur. There was a discussion some time ago about if you cannot convince, some of us who went to school with family money, if by the time you are finishing school, you cannot convince your parents that they use the pension money to fund your idea, that means you are not at the starting point. Before you can move to the next stage of convincing somebody to invest in your idea, which is what entrepreneurs do, you must ask yourself, so what? So why? Entrepreneur is an individual that seeks to answer those questions. An entrepreneur is one that seeks to provide the required solution. George mentioned about value, and how you measure value will determine the solution you will provide. Some measure value by speed, some measure value by convenience, some measure value by access. Like our good friend on TikTok is measuring value by access to other countries. You need to come up with an idea. That idea then generates a solution. That solution must be seen in the eyes of the consumers as value creation. That is an entrepreneur. And there's no limit on sector, whether it is transport or it is agriculture. Entrepreneur is somebody who is able to identify the opportunity and then take advantage of it by adding value that somebody is ready and prepared to pay for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, let me add to it. So, entrepreneurship is risky. It is, let's set something very clear. Doing business doesn't mean you are an entrepreneur. So you can do business and yet not be an entrepreneur. Probably we shouldn't be too hung up on the word entrepreneur. It's not what it is called, it is what it is that matters. So you have a bottle of Coca-Cola, somebody say Coca-Cola. So you have a bottle of Coca-Cola and it has orange juice in it. What is it? It's orange juice. Don't worry what it is called. Understand that entrepreneurship has largely a startup dimension to it. Largely, not always. It typically would be in a situation where the resources that you have are woefully inadequate to deliver that idea. So, you want to set up a sewing shop to do a certain type of clothing. You don't have the sewing machine, you don't have the location, you don't have customers. Those are the resources I'm talking about. That potentially makes you an entrepreneur, but the risk is very high. For now, let's define risk as uncertainty. It's not necessarily correct, but let's say uncertainty. So this farmer who came up with the word entrepreneur had a situation and he was thinking about a situation where the inputs into the farm had a clear price. So fertilizer, 20 euros, or French francs at the time. Labor, 10. Whatever had a clear cost, but the price of the output was not set. That was the uncertainty that informed the word entrepreneur. In fact, there's a French word I don't want to attend that before I twist my time. But the key point here is it is risky because You thought, when we sat for we pray, that I carry away the hour of saying, what shall they feel? Kumasi, Appiah-Minkah, Appiah down some when we sat. I'm saying, fine, I'm better. Ubema. Now, when you are carrying the other material, at the Nkrumah, and I say, we are polyester. So I buy something for my wife. She say, I don't yellow, not yellow. Yeah. Okay. Kids of today, I don't like. Annie, you this, Annie, you say, it's not nice. Make sure so everything can go wrong. COVID has taught us a very big lesson. Things were stable. Thank God today we are not wearing face masks, otherwise. And there will be a bold sign there. No face mask, no entry. That alone changed a lot of things. Your capital is small. Let's say you are importing. So today the dollar, for the sake of conversation, is 10 cedis to $1. You don't control the dollar, you have to import your raw material. Tomorrow, it is 15 cedis to $1 for the sake of conversation. What do? It means you need more cedis to buy the same quantity of dollar-denominated raw materials. Where do you get that from? That alone can collapse business. That's entrepreneurship. At the end of raw materials, basically, I work for CCTU. So I can promise you, watch now, we're plenty of getting now. So I don't cry. I don't know for the ladies, one of the main reasons for wedding starting late is the makeup artist. My partner, 2 chances, everything, I'm sorry, so, everything about it, whether it's the supply chain, whether it is power, whether it is the location, you are producing something in somebody's garage, your uncle's garage, or see if you look at the if you don't cash I can't shock your business. The challenge is that you may not have enough resources to be able to respond to that challenge the way you have to. That is entrepreneurship. So, however you define it, whether you call it male, female, it, she, his, there are definitions these days. Whatever you call it, it is a risky business. But with great knowledge and determination, those challenges can be surpassed, and I believe in the course of the conversation, we'll still be talking about some of those ones. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So, I'm going to pick another name, and then after that, we are going to get questions from ourselves in the auditorium, okay, so that we hear from you. I think this one was a bit intriguing. Okay, it's from Emmanuel Robinson. Is Emmanuel here? Emmanuel Robinson. Is it Otiwa? Is he here? Okay, but the question is intriguing, so I'll ask on his behalf. He says he's from the business, he's doing business administration from the University of Ghana. He says he's here. Mama, why are you? Oh, I'm asking on his behalf anyway. He says, do we always need money before we can establish any business at all? Do we always need money before we can establish any business at all?
Emmanuel, I want to see you with your hand. Emmanuel, are you there? Emmanuel, are you there? I think I am a better person after walking into it all. I learned a few things. Like from this lady right here, from the gentleman. You are the high license, right? Sorry, the high license. Yes, I saw your pictures all
networking like, like they were. These guys are power networks. You understand my point? Another thing that I learned is students today make money. I know you need money, but people are making money on Instagram, on Twitter, selling products. In my perspective, you can make money from 3 things. You can make money from money. Invest money, make money from it, right? You can make money from your time. You can make money from the skill. Everybody was right, John was right. The sheer competition of ideas that can come from guys like you is massive. So we need to shift from give money to how do I check your boxes to convince you that I am bankable? Please, do you understand the difference? Do you understand the difference? No, I need to make this clear. So if it's not clear, you let me know it's not clear. May most of you, when you are making a cheese, or you are making a cheese, so when you want me to say, Minia Linus, and then Minia George, Eddie Koma, the way I Eddie, I don't know where this is, in Kitamuya, Yenka, Mamsika, Yenkano, then it wasn't me here. I don't know what I say. That makes me bankable. That makes me credit accounting. Then also me here. If I'm what I said, I deal with you. If I can, that's right. I deal with you. If I can. Is that clear? So yes, money can make money, but there are other things that you can do to make money. That is why we are here. We are here because we are trying to create the foundation to have such consensus, to be able to talk to them. Because this question is, do I need money to make money? But I think he was trying to say, I want to make money, but I don't know how much money I need to have before I make money. So I'll answer the question you really asked, which is, start thinking of how do I become credit attractive? How do I become someone that the bank will want to give X amount of money to? You might just sit down and say, oh, you're open. Want to do that you're open. Hey, open. That's why we are here. We are here to lay the groundwork to understand how to become great entrepreneurs that are credit attractive. Yesterday I heard something again from my brother. I said you cannot work and be successful to a certain scale without a bank. It's true. Even that will take loans, true of course. How much more you need? Even that will take money from someone else. How much more you need? So you can make money from your talent, you can make money from your time, you can make money from your money, you can make money from extra all of these. And let's start thinking about how we become more credit attractive and then push ourselves forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Excellency, just to add to that, and if I understood the person correctly, I'll tell you what, do you need one? If you need one, I can provide you. What is your measurement? I go to my tailor and tell my tailor, hey, can you make me one of this, but maybe I've got a bigger bedroom. If you want that of Johnny's size, who has a flatter stomach, I can make you that one. I'll take that same cloth, go to Johnny and say, you said you wanted one, here it is. I got mine saved for 500. I said, look, because it's you, it's 600. Within that, I haven't used my money, but I've made a cool 100 Ghana cedis on the back of that. Thank you.
Okay, I'll add again. You don't look, it is a myth. I mentioned earlier on that entrepreneurship typically creates a situation where you would have inadequate resources to execute
what for? Some of us attended Saito. I attended, there's a school in Accra, Newtown called Experimental School. Who knows the place? Newtown Experimental School. Oh, okay, you are a past student, I know that one. Yeah, I used to walk from Alado to Experimental School.
Oh, but it's a famous school.
No, don't worry. Chachuchikata attended that school. So, you think my parents were not interested in taking me? There was a closer school called Providence International, Kotubani at the time. We used to live in Alado. You think my parents didn't want to take me there? They couldn't afford. End of story. Look for what you can afford. If you are teaching kids how to write, let's say you write very well, there's a writing called KSTU. I'm not feeling you guys. KSTU. Maybe you can check on your phone and look at the images. If you are teaching kids how to write, and that can be a business, what do you need money for? If you are teaching kids how to read and read very well, look, there are people who speak there. There's a lady in our bank. Miss me penadam for. Ne kasano, I say, profono, I say, she said, no profono, can't be words. But voice must add. It is a business. Madam, I would like to, I'm doing this thing where I would like to help your children read very well. Look, those who work at the radio stations and when they speak, profono is different. There was a lady, Jessica. What? You have the same. What do you need the money for? To train your voice? Yes, there are certain types of businesses that you need money for, and someone has to invest. But why do you all of a sudden want to build a factory? Do you know how a factory runs? Do you? So yes, machines, air condition. Why do you think people move into uncompleted buildings? Yeah, plaster. No, going to be something like that. That's all air conditions. What are you selling that requires your office to have an air conditioner? What are you selling? Open and open fan. Look, there are certain businesses you need money to be able to start, but there are a lot. What he said, people are making money. Or girls are voting who need to be for accuracy. Now some what do you need the money for? Is it the venue? Now over top provisions, over shop, over be a fan or light and so really you won't start. Start with what you have. There are big ideas that need money, and if the idea is good, look, people have money brutal. They want to invest in something. And what is the idea? Can you even pitch a business? When you say pitch a business, so you've met me, not me. Probably you've met a certain man in your neighborhood. Probably you go to church with him, Mr. Owusu. You know he's on with cash. You bump into him. You hardly can access him, but you bump into him. What would you tell him about what you're ask me your family? I said we will grow. Opportunity, beginning of the interview. But it wouldn't come wearing a red band. Interview. No. Pitch, you have 2 minutes. Or who did it? So yes, I'm currently involved in this A, B, and C. The average turnover is about this. I'm expecting a margin of this. Have you learned how to pitch a business? That's what we are talking about. Entrepreneurship is business. I've said it several times. It is serious business. There's a program on BBC called Dragon's Den. Who has seen it? My goodness, guys, we have a lot of work. Dragon's Den on BBC. Google right now and check. Hey, serious. Young guys like you, there is an idea. He has figured out the idea. And they are investors, people with cash to invest. There's a panel of 5. When your idea is brilliant and someone tells you it will not work, can you even handle the rejection? Hey, for us, the idea, can you handle that? Would you gather the confidence to meet the next person and pitch that same business, probably in a better way? Yes, look, let us not make entrepreneurship a fancy thing. There is a lot to learn to be able to deliver as an entrepreneur. And I want those skills to come off your eyes. You haven't seen Dragon's Den. Look, they are there, they are rich people. But the question is, convince me why I must put in my money. Who are you going to sell to? How? How can you scale up? How can I don't know what kind of you don't have that idea and you want money. You can have money, but be prepared to answer the relevant questions. Even if it's family money, they will ask you those questions. But have you prepared yourselves? Before we leave here, Google and watch. Maybe there will be a break. Dragons, serious, it's on BBC. Enough of the Instagram. Now we say, yes, what quality red. You have to invest in yourself. La Supadora, those TV programs. I'm not saying they are useless, but you have to invest in yourself. How do we do the thing? Look, when you watch our parents, the perception is that they are quote unquote uneducated. Yes, they may not be able to define what the inflation is and the trend in something. They know a lot. But you know so what you say. Also know there's something in their muscle memory that tells them it is one thing or the other. Oh, and then that will now say, what are you bringing? Go to them. There's nothing wrong in learning from someone. Entrepreneurship doesn't mean today you go tomorrow and you are starting your business. Starting what kind of business? How? Let's prepare ourselves for the opportunity, because the opportunity is likely to come, but are you prepared to pitch it? So money is a requirement, potentially, but you don't have to. What value have you driven out of your network? When you say network, let's call it people you know or you have contacts with. What value have you driven from that? If I come to you and I say, you may not give it to me because you don't know me. But if I know her, Madam, what's your name? What do you find? I'm concerned. Okay, the female version of I'm concerned. Okay, so I'm concerned knows you, and I'm friends with I'm concerned. You think I can't tell I'm concerned? Oh, to me, Tom. Our free. Maybe already cash. Line of spinning. Dog. Look. And it starts simple. There are people who own big businesses. Almost the African clothing, batik, in the idea. Or they have a pound. Only size of only. But they are making money because they are leveraging a certain network. Ask yourself. Do you know somebody? Who do you know? What is it that they can offer? And also there is a myth. You don't have to do it yourself. Why do you have to do it yourself? Entrepreneurship doesn't mean you have to know it all, you do it all by yourself from beginning to the end. No. We'll talk about opportunities, but never expect that there will be opportunity. We send you an email with the opportunity how to start. Then you go and start. There is no such thing. Otherwise, somebody would have done it already. We have a lot of work to do. Don't be despondent. It's not an exam. It is not a race. Look, the kind of access to information we have today is mind-blowing. Linus was trying to make a point. Previously, I remember in secondary school, the capital of Nigeria was changed from Lagos to Abuja. Look, and we're going to write a test. There was geography there, and so we got the hint that that question was going to be part of the question. So, what is the new capital of Nigeria? Charlie, I hope the whole school nobody knew. Who do you go teach? I don't go beside. Now, I do the baby side, yes, I don't go beside. I hope that nobody knew. Today, everything you need and want is on your phone. Everything, how to even sweet talk a beautiful lady. It is there. Hey, the lady sitting here, if I were you, I would say, excuse me. Or go Google on your beginning. Look, guys, the access to information. In fact, I may know you have the information. Library. This was the library. I don't know whether it's still the library. Book, no. Law of contract. Archaeology was saying for another question. Who better dress? And that one, remember that you know pages of what? Not the whole. It means the whole school. The whole school, nobody has access to that book. Today, the thing is there. ChatGPT, you ask. Hey, Charlie. As last time, the thing is coming. Guys, we have, and that is the opportunity I'm talking about. New business trends. Some of it you copy. In case of copy, you know when you share assignments, you copy, what is happening in Kenya? Momo, didn't it come from Kenya? In person, Momo, Ghana, MTN, Momo, it started in Kenya. What you are thinking about, somebody in India is thinking about the same thing. Somebody in Kenya, have you Googled to check new business trends for young people? Have you ever Googled that thing before? Beyonce, you know, latest song, this something, you know. Let us look, because once you get the information, then even the information is not enough. It's the beginning point. Please, let us spend time. But money to start a business means some of us will never start because we will never have money. Sell the idea, and I'm telling you, what's the program? The dragons there. Sometimes you see 3 dragons, they call themselves the business investors. They call themselves, you see 3 dragons fighting over the business. So the person comes and says, I'm looking for £50,000 and I'll give you 30% share of the business. Somebody says, no. So one person will offer that. He says, look, I'm prepared to offer you 100,000 only for 40% share. Whose money would you take? No business, no. The ideas are mind-blowing. Please, copy. You go hire a copy. You don't have to create it yourself to make you an entrepreneur. Copy. Uber buy. If you see boat, you say Makubi. One idea was something. That is how to create ideas. It wouldn't come very packaged, etc. First, it be in Saroy and Balu. It be a tight. I met 2 guys, SK and Captain. Where are they? Oh, they are not here. I met 2 gentlemen. Anyway, so guys, those are myths. When I say myths, some will fail. Look, when you see somebody write, okay, so let me give you an example. Say despite. You think that's how he started? No! He's failed plenty. It's like seeing a lady and she's made up and everything. If you see them before. If you see them before. Then I say, what? You only saw the after. Polished. Ready. No. It has been battered several times. It has failed. There are myths we have about entrepreneurship and we have to clear those very, 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 very quickly. It has to be big. No, it's not small. It's not small. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think none about that's it. So let's make it a lot more organic. I'm sure some of us in here have questions. So if you have a question, I'm mounting this mic here. If you have a question, just 3 at a time. We'll take and then we'll share with the panelists. So we move on. There's a conversation, so ask your question. That's how we began the day, right? Yes, so who is next? There's someone here, please come. So that it has a lot more background. So 3 at a time, your name, your institution, and then.
My name is David from AAMUSTED Accounting Schools, level 100. My question is, what is the reason for being an entrepreneur?
What is the reason for being an entrepreneur?
Yes, please.
Okay, so 3 at a time and then we share. First, what is the reason for being an entrepreneur?
Okay, please, my name is Diedoung from Kumasi Technical University. My question is, how can a student manage his or her business so that it will not affect his or her studies?
Managing your business so it doesn't affect your studies.
Thank you very much. My name is CB, so I'm from University of Ghana. The speakers have spoken at length on how to start a business and what you require. I'd like to know, whilst you are doing the business, challenges you face. I actually want a practical example of the challenge any of you faced during your business and how you faced it, who inspired you, and also, would you recommend a startup to register just at the beginning, since there are taxes and other things and you're not so sure about the profitability of the business? Thank you.
Okay, so we'll hold on that. Please hold on. And then Mr. Maxwell, kindly start. Dr. Maxwell, kindly start with the last question. I think it was in 2.
Yes. What was the first one again? The challenges faced.
Yes.
A practical example of the challenges faced.
And then the second is if you would recommend registering a business at the start.
So let me answer the second one first. Nobody is going to come to you in your house if you are doing your business in your bedroom, buying and selling. Nobody knows anything about it. A work business. Nobody is going to worry you about it. But if you have intentions of growing, you have to be credit attractive. If you have dreams of partnering with reputable institutions, you have to meet a certain criteria. That's why I said we should have the credit attractive mindset.
So if I would advise you to register a business, it will depend on at the stage of the business. Entrepreneurs, and this leads into the first question of the challenges. One of the things that, and I'm glad that George has highlighted this many times, one of the things that shocked me about being an entrepreneur is the frequency of bad news. Before getting into business, bad news once a week or something, right? Real Madrid, I'm a Real Madrid fan. Real Madrid lost the match. something, casual. You never really feel bad about anything. Life is okay. If you own a business, if you are an entrepreneur, get ready. Because almost a phone, because either the truck driver is saying that his balloon has burst in his tire and he needs 1,000 cedis to fix it, and the cost of cross-checking whether he's lying or not is 2,000. So now you are stuck between either paying him the 1,000 or confirming whether he's saying the truth or not, which will cost 2,000. If your phone rings, you are wondering whether it's 3 o'clock. What's happening? Has my goods arrived? And have they been stopped on the way? What is happening? The frequency of bad news, you have to be ready if you are an entrepreneur. So like George said, it's not for everybody. I was shedding. You have to be ready. But again, feeding into the second question, if you want to do your own small business, advice you don't, entrepreneurs, we need to keep as much money to ourselves as much as possible because, we are struggling, right? You wouldn't want to, for instance, all of a sudden decide to pay. A typical example is insurance. I love insurance, but in Ghana, you would think you're throwing your money away because as I'm in here, you think it's money that is going somewhere. There are some costs that you would not be able to pay in the beginning, so you might just want to start the business, test the idea, and then when you get to a stage where you can clearly see where it's going, yes, I say register a business. But it doesn't hurt you to fail as many times because you just need to rise up once. You need one idea to work. After that works, game over. You have landed. That is why everything that these fine gentlemen are saying, if I were you, it is Apple. Because when we create whatever this thing is going to lead to, they are showing you what they expect in your proposal. Do you understand what I mean? They are telling you exactly how to present yourself. They are saying, even if you don't have money or have a good, viable idea, even if you've not registered an entity, again, answering your question, Nathan, but you have a good idea, please, am I right? You heard from him, not from me. They're straight from the bank. They are ready to assist. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. George, if you'd pick any other questions, dealer's choice.
So I'll be very brief. So, student, how do you manage your time? You have plenty time. You see, typically around exam week, in your preparation towards exam is where you start asking yourself, so what did I do with all the time from the beginning of the semester? Because the day before the exam or 2 days before the exam, you can finish probably a big textbook and you'll be surprised. But the same textbook, beginning of semester, you pick it and it's like, I say check your phone. Time is in the mind. You have plenty time. I don't want to spend it. Look, there are people, those who travel outside, at least, look, some of them are working 3, 4 jobs. There are a lot of people who are working today who are students. Weekends for 2 years, or masters. Weekend school, Saturday, Sunday, zero life. Where they know on Kobe, Valentine, on DB. 2 years, Saturday, Sunday. They start from about 7, 8 o'clock. They close about 6 p.m. They have kids. Boss, you have time, find it. Sit down and look. I'm not saying it's a yesterday we discussed that interestingly. But you have the time. You have to sacrifice. You cannot do everything and yet have time. No. Even bishops, when they are going to preach, bishop our preacher TV, so they read They prepare before they go. You are learning. Why are you telling me you don't have time? When do you sleep? I sleep typically after midnight. 4:30, I'm up. When we were discussing it. If he says after 6 o'clock today or thereabout, he'll try and sleep. I told me if I sleep at 6, by 11 I'll be up. I can't sleep again. Hey, entrepreneur, as he said, you are a transporter. When you see a call from your driver, your heart thumps like that. Why would he be calling you around midnight? Container I check insurance and crash expired 3 days ago. Guy now demand song koyeno wakwaba into wa dream no waye enti paper no me kono na traffic o miti me emergency ade no insurance. Where should be your magu? It is life, it is energy sapping, but it is extremely rewarding. Extremely rewarding. We work and we are paid. You are going to pay someone. Guys, you have the time, find it and make sacrifices in certain areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before Mr. Linus picks the next one, the first one initially, there's a lot of movement outside. I'd kindly ask that we remain seated. Whatever it is you are looking outside, you will find it later. So please hold on, okay? Thank you very much. We've been good so far. Let's continue with it. Mr. Linus, please over to you. The first question.
I think my question is, what are the reasons that you become an entrepreneur? I mean, we need to be practical, I have a boss who will tell me, look, let's stop the joke, Let's be serious. If you don't know the reason why you want to be an entrepreneur, I think you are in the wrong profession. Find a new profession. We want to move from where we are to the next level. We want to talk about growth. We want to create opportunities. And at the end of the day, we want to go back with something in our pocket. So if with all that thinking, you don't know why you want to be an entrepreneur to provide solution and get paid for, my brothers and sisters, then we are in the wrong profession. He mentioned that people are working and schooling at the same time. Why won't they stop the schooling? Or I'll give an example. I had a friend, a friend of my wife. They left tech, I think in 2001. I had an opportunity in then Merchant Bank. And I said, I will connect you to work in Merchant Bank. You know what the person said? Me dear, I can work with only 4 banks in Ghana. I don't want Merchant Bank. I can work with Standard Chartered Bank. I can work with, then it was Barclays. Actually, it was 3 banks. I can work with Standard Chartered, Barclays, and EcoBank at that time. Can you believe what's happening to that person today? Ofie. She spent 4 years in London, and she can plait your hair. What if we say the computer now? In London, we could connect her with the white girls, and she could plait their hair and charge £40. So today I asked her, what are you doing with that skill? Obo utimawa, obeka say machine, AI na abo. No, she's in Kumasi, and I plan to see her before I go back to Accra. But the point is that she's still sitting at home. She's waiting for a Standard Chartered. She's waiting for a Barclays or an EcoBank. If I'm on a panel, an interview panel, and you come, and I ask you, what have you done with your life? He said, I'm waiting for the right opportunity. I'll let you go. I'll just close my file, and he said, next.
Entrepreneurship doesn't need that you need to be like a despot or be like Richard Branson before you see yourself as an entrepreneur. You can start small. There's a gentleman that provides us with orange juice in Accra. He goes to office. He starts from 7 a.m. By 10 a.m., he's done. He supplies about 5 banks. He produces this juice in his garage. And you know what he does? He has one simple machine, a juicer. He buys pineapple, he buys orange, he buys ginger. He knows that most bankers don't have the time going to look for meat pie and the juice, etc. No. So he identified the need. Every morning, when I get to my office and I don't see it, I say, can you get me the juice? It started as 5 cedis. Now it's 25 Ghana cedis per bottle. I buy it without realizing that I have bought the juice for 25 Ghana cedis. That is entrepreneurship. And you don't need to have a master's degree. You don't need to be out of school to start that. If you Google his name, it comes up as Juicy Guy. From bank to bank. We did a program and I've bought him a van that has a cooler at the back. Today, he's graduated from ice chest to a van. So you don't need to make it fanciful to call it entrepreneurship. And if you don't know that reason by now, I think you need to get onto the next bus to Accra or to UDS. Thank you.
Very much. Hello, boss. They've been standing there for quite some time, so let's take all the questions so they can.
Exactly right. So thank you. So all of you, and then I'll just direct them, and then we'll go.
That's fine.
Yes, please.
Thank you for the opportunity given. My question is, as a potential entrepreneur, you've identified an innovative gap in the business environment, and you want to hammer on it. So with the analysis on the viability, the feasibility of the business idea you've identified, do you focus more on the ready market that your idea has outside there, or you focus more on the impact, I mean the solution you are bringing? That's my question. Thank you.
Opting for a solution or a ready market?
Boss, you have to clarify a bit. I've heard you, but I just want us to understand better. So you're saying you have an idea, you have a solution, you're asking whether you should be concentrating or focusing on the solution rather than what?
Doing the analysis on the viability and the feasibility of your innovative idea you've identified, do you focus on the ready market your idea already has on outside, like in the outside world or in the outside environment there, or you focus on the impact, the solution you are bringing, how people are ready to welcome it? Like,
all right.
I don't know whether you.
Thank you. I think it's clearer. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, I'm Marcus Anand. My question is, as an entrepreneur, starting as an entrepreneur, and you start to gain, or there are profits coming, and people start to demand for finance or financial assistance. As a beginner of you being an entrepreneur, should you give or deny?
Sorry, deny what exactly, please?
Financial
reports.
No, not reports.
No.
So let me see whether I understand your question. So you have a business that has started generating cash.
Yes, please.
Okay, and you have very nice, beautiful ladies coming to you, asking that you dole away some cash.
Yeah.
You are asking me whether you should give it or not.
No, I think you don't get it. After I've started generating the income, maybe family issues will arise concerning money. So due to this point, are you supposed to give? If maybe in terms of you giving, it's going to decline your business. So,
I got you. Yeah, I got your question.
All right, thank you so much. So my question is, as a youth, we all have so many business ideas, big business ideas we want to develop. And here is the case, we can't fund our business. And asking for support from someone goes beyond the idea you want to bring or the business you want to start. So I want to ask some of the risk I can take to convince the person to invest in my business. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, my questions are in three folds. The first
Yours
one
is a thesis, eh?
No. This question is, what are the safety measures that an entrepreneur should take? The safety measures an entrepreneur is supposed to take. And two, how do you stay on top of industrial trends as an entrepreneur? The last one is...
Sorry, stay on top of?
Industry trends.
Industry trends.
Yeah. And the last one, how do you deal with fear and doubts? Thank you.
My question is, as an entrepreneur, you have to take risks and also develop an idea. Now, you've developed the idea. Being in a real estate, I study real estate in BSc in real estate. And with real estate, we demand much capital before we start the business. So my question is, after drawing your plan and everything, which is being accepted by the bank to provide you with funds, and you being an entrepreneur, you have to also have the ability to take risks. Now, the bank is willing to give you the loan or the capital you are seeking for. Now, my question is, how can you fight the fear of risks being an entrepreneur? That's my question.
So maybe, thanks. MC, I think there are quite a lot. So let's quickly address some of them. Maybe George.
But respectfully, if we can get those with the questions to sit down. Standing there is a bit uncomfortable.
It's not entrepreneurship.
Yes. Entrepreneurship, no. Solution versus ready market. I still didn't get it. But look, you have a solution means it can solve a problem. For now, let's say people are ready to part with money to capture that value. There are two types of businesses. There is one that is called like a volume-driven business. And then there's low volume but high margin. Yeah, I'm sure. So, what is it? You are selling cars for the sake of, as an example. You can be there for 2 months and you won't sell one car. But when you sell one, the margins are good. And then the other types of businesses where 20 cedis. Obi auton zip. That's the zipper. Zip na esen atare ni mu nyina esen na zip esen. But a day auton be brave. So the margin is good. For me, it's a balance. Once you know the solution would work, it means there is a need, and that need is what the market is. If I'm selling this microphone and it is a solution because you can hear me from where you are, and it is a good solution, and I believe everybody here would buy, that is the market. The more, you see, when people experience the product and it is good, there is a market that can be limited geographically depending on what you are selling. But today, technology has broken that barrier. Previously, obi ton wache no ton waha. Ne nsuo to a wache no obi a hye ne dem. This one one said dinner there. But today, you can be at Ahojo, the wache is nice, somebody will deliver. So it's part of your market. So as long as you believe, and don't forget, businesses grow. So today you start with a few people. 5 customers, 6. You do personal shopping for them. What is personal shopping? For example, when you say you do personal shopping, what is it that say today when you are buying online, one of the key risks is, would it fit? Wouldn't it fit? You see large. If it's China large, it's like small US. US small is like China extra large. Can you bring value there? How do you carry yourself when the person sees you? Ohua, adena wokano. Yese kwatre kwase obema ntuma tie nidi. Wo sure na de we obeya or can say obeya personal shopping. Uhun se na tare na skirt say blouse say hey. Ba wo fa ohun gina ho no no ehun a wo say personal shopping. What is personal shopping? Look, let us focus on one. We have a solution. The solution will create the market because people would want to buy or pay for whatever idea you have. Let us not worry about it. The analysis is good, it is useful, but let's not get too bogged down with it. Otherwise, there will be about 50 points or things to check, and you can't check it all. Once broadly you have an idea, 1 or 2%. In fact, when you start, you learn from it, and that market can even expand. Yeah, thank you.
I think I'll take the other one about the family business, you generating cash flows, and then there is an emergency that you need to support with the flows that you have generated. Look, let me tell you for a fact, as a lender, and a lender with a lot of experience, if you mix these two up, you will collapse. The money that your business is generating, quote unquote, is not your money. It is the business's money. If you have friends that you need to support, you support them from the income you are deriving from the business. If you made 100 Ghana cedis from your business, and you want to use it to support your other businesses, trust me, you are out. And if you come to me to lend, and I realize that you are the owner of the business, yet still you don't draw salary from it, what it tells me is that if you made so much money from the business, it all goes into your pocket. There will be no tomorrow. As a lender, I'll work you out. Even if I am able to lend to you, I'll put in covenants or conditions, terms and conditions, that doesn't allow you to draw from the same business. If you do that, like I mentioned by the first example that you said it wasn't the case, you will see colleagues come to you, very beautiful colleagues. You can't say no. Once they ask, you dip your hand into your pocket and then you take it out for them. Your business is going south. It's not going anywhere. If you start as an entrepreneur, you will have to separate your personal financial benefits from that of the business. If you combine the two, my brother, you will not make it. And that is a fact. If any lender sees that, they'll walk away from you easily. The other thing I wanted to touch base quickly on is the fear and doubts that you will have. In every business, look, like we said, it's based on probabilities. The market is not a perfect market. It's not one that will say, the fact that you are producing mango juice, everybody will drink mango juice. No. Some of my friends will go for whiskey. So trust me, there are instances where, but you need to gather yourself up and start up again. You can produce the juice and nobody will buy it. It's a fact. You will fall, but entrepreneurship and success doesn't mean that there are no failures. There will be. So when you start a business, for instance, you don't go high scale. You don't go, so instead of producing maybe 20 bottles of the mango juice, you go and say that, oh, you estimate with all your accounting background and your marketing background, you are projecting that maybe 200 or 2,000 people who drink mango juice before 12 o'clock every day. And then you start at a go producing 2,000 mango juice or 2,000 bottles of mango juice. That is where the challenge is. You do your market analysis, but you still will have to test the market. If you go too deep, if you fall, it will be too deep. You may not be able to, 3 days time, you may not be able to resurrect. But you start gradually so that the impact doesn't really crash you off entirely. In order to do that, maybe I'll try to quickly go through the last one before, Doc, you come in. It's about safety measures for entrepreneurs. Look, it's not magic. If you take other people's money to work with, there will be a time to pay back that money. And the key word there is discipline. You don't start, I think before 2017, when we had the collapse of some financial institutions, some microfinances took deposits from customers to invest into loans and other instruments. Okay? That's supposed to generate returns for us what? To pay back. But they saw that deposits as their money. Then they moved from a Corolla to a Maybach. Moved from Corolla to a Jeep. If you use other people's money for that, there'll be a time that you need to pay back. Safety here means you are being disciplined with other people's money. You are being disciplined with the business. You can tell that, look, maybe you have a partner, okay, who will come for money. This money is for business. This money is for Dubai trip, okay? You are not able to touch this money because without it, the business will not go on. There are risks that you will face that will be internal. There are risks that you will face that will be external. External risk is what we are talking about, getting insurance, understanding the industry, knowing that it has some upside and some downside, and therefore you will manage it. That's what we are taught from all the textbooks. But in reality, most often than not, the internal risk, which is us misapplying the resources we have. And when I say resources here, I even mean networking. If you knew me, or you knew maybe Dr. Max, you go and see him, he leads you to George. George then leads you and the facility is granted. Tomorrow if you don't pay, if Dr. Max comes again, I say, I'll go to the office of Jimmy. DPR didn't go for now done bad loans. How many of you are aware that today the risk-free we have in our textbooks are no more risk-free? You are business students, that's why I'm asking this. Okay, they say you didn't understand. Do you know what risk-free is? Business students. I'm sure there's level 200, 300 here. What is risk-free in Ghana today? Hello? Are we here? What is risk-free? Anybody want to try a guess? Okay, risk-free in terms of investment. Yes, my brother, in the red tie. Correct. Do you have an example of that in Ghana today? Okay, thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. Government treasury bills. It guarantees you. Sorry, okay, you want to rebut? Thank you. That's exactly where I wanted to draw the parallels. Today, in our environment, I used to have 2 trucks, and this is personal. 2 trucks that does sun winning. You know sun winning? I want to go sit down. What 2 trucks? Made the tracker at also. If they load the sand, I see on my phone. Okay, if they move from point A to point B, I'm able to tell. Okay, sometimes they move. I cannot get I cannot get to know whether it has load on it or not, but I can tell that it has moved. Oh, you can say tie no, tie ne pie. You know how much it costs to buy 1 track tie? Okay, I'll leave that for Google to tell you. But they'll come and give you stories. That is the risk I face there. So I decided that, no, okay, since I face that risk, let me take that money, let me sell that truck, and then invest in government bills. I am a finance man. I know the dynamics. I used to do capital markets when I was working in Standard Chartered. So I know the bonds market very well. So if I can get 30% in buying a government of Ghana 5-year paper, why should I give my money to a truck driver or buy a trotro or invest in somebody doing juicy? That will give me 12% at the end of the year. So I went to buy government paper. Every year I get, and it's a fixed income, okay? You know what fixed income is? The rate is agreed day 1, and then you know that you get that through to the end of the investment. There's somewhere along the line, 2022, right? Or is it 2021? 2022, December 24th, I get news that we won't pay the bond. This is a risk-free instrument, by the way. Risk-free means that worst case, whatever happens, government will just print money and what? Give it to me back. December 24th, one day now will be Christmas now. Then you get the news that government will default. Government will not be able to pay the bonds. That is risk-free. Government will not be able to pay the bonds. Today, the textbook says that instrument is supposed to be risk-free. So if you buy that instrument, you can go back and sleep. Every 6 months, cash in the. So I'm asking myself, and tell me, should I have maintained my trucks doing the sun winning and transporting sand from maybe Winneba to Accra for people like you who are building fancy houses, or should I have bought the government instruments? Sorry? I should have maintained the tracks. Obibe Dibi, Ebibeka. Isubenyebi. Yes, my friend. Are you from Commonwealth Hall or from Katanga? Legon. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. That is a very good answer. But let me tell you what. If I bought an instrument in 2019 or 2020, let's say I bought 100,000 T-bills or bought 100,000 one-year notes, and then you will pay me back in 12 years minimum. What will be the value of that money in that 12 years? The time I bought it, the dollar to the cedi was, I don't want this to be a lecture, but let me tell you, a dollar to the cedi then was 3.6. What is it today? Do you know? Wonderful. So somebody who invested in a risk-free instrument and somebody who went to buy dollar. Meneno wana neniate. Onko school daw. Oye unim gao. You know you can give them a bundle of notes. If it's short by 1, they can tell you without counting. Hey, or the share the same way, or you see, I'll say, Alaji, where I shot one, wallahi. And over kind, so not, I shot it. You buy dollar. With all the business degrees, I said, no, this is market movements, the trends, the capital markets, it's moving up. I go and buy. Then they tell me the minimum time frame I can pay you back your money is 12 years. I have lost. What I'm trying to draw here is that there are risks in everything we do. Sometimes you cannot be able to tell all the answers. There's some risk you can mitigate, the others you cannot mitigate. The work I do, I go to my board of directors to justify why we should do, say, Maxwell investments or invest in that business. I will tell my bosses that the risk here is minimum, or the risk here we can mitigate about 70%. There's no situation where 100% you can mitigate your risk, or there's a big safety net that when you fall in, nothing can happen. Even if risk-free is being called to question today, there's a problem. There are people who also bought dollars. Was it last year? George, I think it was last year. They bought dollar at 14. By the end of the year, dollar was 8. So you could be wiser at a point in time before you realize you've lost money. So those who bought it at 14 and it dropped to 8, they wanted to go back quickly to go and liquidate. You've lost how many? About 2,000 basis points. Just by that, the value of your investment is gone. So look, in reality, there's nothing like a risk-free business or risk-free environment. There will be risk. Like I'm saying, you will take a calculated risk. If you have to produce 1,000 bottles, since you don't understand the market, you don't have readily available off-takers, you start with maybe 50% of that, 30% of that. As you develop the markets and you get to know that if you take it to this shop, they will take it. Like I said, by giving an example of the guy who makes the clothes. The guy who makes my clothes used to be a banker. He stopped. He brought 3 guys from Nigeria. You know the Nigerians, they sew the kaftan better than we do. He camped them at Pokwase. All they do is to sew. He goes from office to office. Now, on Fridays, people wear traditional, made in Ghana products. He goes to them, unlike Dr. Mas, he is a pro-brony. He goes to them and says, look, I can make you a kaftan. I can make you a bubu. He takes your measurement. And today, like George, you were asking a question. There's even an app. It takes a picture of you. You don't need to ask the person the measurement. The app generates the measurement. Okay? He uses that measurement, gives it to his boys from Nigeria. They'll sew you a kaftan. He delivers it. And instead of paying the normal 400, he says, maybe a bespoke. So you pay 1,500. You don't have the time. You didn't measure me. How do you get me to fit properly like that? It's because of the app. It's because of continuous learning. Discovered that app. I think I'll pause here for my colleague to take the rest of the questions, but I think we've addressed all. Okay, a couple more. Please take that.
I think we should clap for GCB Bank. I'll ask you the same question again. Did I lie? This is Appiah. Normally, you send an application and they tell you you are rejected. They'll give you some general excuse, right? They are telling you that this bank is ready to work with you and they understand the demography. They understand you and your ideas. And that is why I want you to clap again for GCB Bank PLC. I don't know if you don't find it strange, but I find it strange. I find it very, 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 very not extraordinary to have a bank have its top-level management come down to our level to listen to us. You see, no one is reading from a book. This is raw. The ideas, these questions are off the cuff, unprepared, and they are ready to listen to you. So I hope we are taking notes. And as I would let this be the segue to answer the last question. I think the last question was about young people having bright ideas and how do you convince someone to invest in ideas. I think that's the last one. Everything has been addressed. Now, first thing is, you and I have a first basic problem. We look like the way we do. We look young. That's the first problem. A time ago, a similar looking fella decided to make everybody question a young person's idea. That might also, you know what I'm talking about, right? So number one, you need to do double the work. You need to be ready. You want the blueprint to convince someone as a young person with business ideas. I'm trying to give you one of the many ways you can try to do that. You are young, so the assumption is that you might not have the full knowledge of what you're talking about. So you first need to be prepared for that bias. Then number two, forget about you. This is not about you. This is about the entity you are trying to convince. If it's GCB, this is about Linus. It's about George. It's about the credit department. And it's about the fact that he needs to justify. You heard him say it, right? Justify to his bosses why he should give it to you. Whatever you think you have in your head doesn't matter. What matters is the criteria that you need to fulfill in order to get what you need to get to where you need to be. Do you understand the next step? Then the third step, and I'm glad he has overcome, he's answered the question, which is overcome your fear and doubt. Do it knowing very well that you have to only succeed only once. So knowing you look the way you do, knowing that we are ready to assist you, knowing that we know you have ideas that are semi-cooked, and knowing that there is nothing risk-free, like he said, which is again, I find this extraordinary. Because most banks will tell you to bring 180%, 130% collateral. You know what I'm talking about, right? We've all faced it, right? You have a bank telling you, I know nothing is risk-free. Still tell me your idea and let's see if you can work. Let's clap again for GCB Bank. This is too fantastic. This is too much. Hey, let's clap again for GCB Bank. So everybody asks me, why don't you bank with this bank? Why don't you bank with this bank? This is the reason why. They listen. They are here. So be bold, put your ideas together, and look for that criteria. Most often for MSMEs, please correct me if I'm wrong. Most often for MSMEs, which I'm assuming we are going to start, something small, it's all about the idea. The idea of what you want to do. If you have enough market research, if you've been able to mitigate the risk to a certain point, for instance, if you've covered it with insurance, maybe you have someone undertaking the principal activity on your behalf. We heard about real estate. If you want to go and build the thing yourself, your online knows give you money to go and buy cement for you to shovel. It is easier to convince him if you have a third party who has a track record to do it. You don't need to do it yourself. You don't. If you are able to just check their boxes a little bit. One of it, which I have learned, because when I tried to get money from the banks when I returned back to Ghana, I stopped for many years. And I stopped because I wanted to build a history. I wanted to build, you know how they'll ask you for 3 years audited accounts and stuff, right? Patience. Like I said, I came with all the ideas. My risk-free friend from with the red tie, so sharp guy, all the ideas, right? It's a bit different on the ground. So when you get guys like this telling you the secrets, how to navigate to the end, if I were you, I'll take these notes. I'll take it to heart. I will remember it. I'll practice it. I'll attempt 1, 2, 3. It doesn't matter. Tofema, sorry. Vim. If I say Vim, say Vim. Blend of. Where's Nathan? Is Nathan in the crowd? My intern from University of Ghana Business School. Blendoff has a job. Blendoff is from UDS. I've already hired him. You know why? Because when I started talking to the student leaders, he's the first person to show me that, boss, we do this way, but you said we should do it this way. So I'm going to do it the way that you were asking about. Where are my MIG staff? Is anybody in the building? Anyone from MIG here? What's the first rule of MIG? We do not babysit problems. He does not babysit problems. We do not babysit problems. First rule of MIG. If you want to work at Maxwell Investment Group and it's a problem and we come and you are there and boss, there's a problem. When you are waiting for someone to come and do it for you. He's hired. Out of school. He works for Maxwell Investment Group now. Use that. The banks have criteria as well. MIG has criteria. Your investor has a criteria. Forget about how you think you want to do things. Fit into their criteria. Get what you want in order to get to where you need to be. Thank you, guys.
Wow. Mr. George, the next set of questions. Okay, so please join the queue, those of you that were seated. 1, 2. Okay, let's do it this way, 5 at a time. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please take your seats. We'll take the next one. Just be close. Okay, quickly.
All right. I must say that it's been a wonderful time being under...
Sorry, can we be a bit silent so we can listen to him, please? Thank you.
All right. So I'm saying that it's been a wonderful time being under your coach, a panelist, and it's wonderful. I want to say a big thank you for the opportunity. I'm Abraham from University of Ghana Business School, reading Akenten, final year student. My question is, there's this myth about entrepreneurs being born or made. And directing my question to Mr. Linus, what is your take on that? Are entrepreneurs made or born? Thank you.
Are entrepreneurs made or born? Next question.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Otimano Abeku is my name from AAMUSTED, IT level 100 students. I'm here to ask a critical question because I'm an IT student and it's based on IT technical question. I want key challenges that businessman or a woman faces whenever I want to integrate IT a business that is way, and how that person will be able to vanquish those challenges. Thank you.
How to integrate IT into your business,
and how to overcome those challenges.
Okay, next question.
Yeah, I'm Clement from UBS. And please, I wanted to ask, are there any laws that governs Are there any laws that governs any entrepreneur that has an idea that has been robbed from them, like of them? Like, do you have some entrepreneurs, they had the ideas and they decided to confine in others. At that time, they were not having the resources to do that. But while they confined in those people, they rather dispose of them and rough off their ideas and rather build it and left them hanging. So are there any rules or laws that can help them, like, gain back their ideologies or rather stop or put a stop to what they are doing? Thank you.
Right.
Okay, I'm Bismarck from AAMUSTED, Mampong. And my question is, we have so many people who go into businesses and then later it collapses. So how do one get a business going? And then the second one is, how do one persuade someone to help in a business that is identified? Thank you.
Please, I'm Muniratu from UBIS. My question is, what is the hardest part being an entrepreneur? The hardest part of being an entrepreneur?
Okay, thank you very much. I think a round of applause for the questions. Yeah, thank you. At least I'm excited. There is some attention going to the conversations. But the two gentlemen who answered the questions, yourself and there's another gentleman here who said, yeah, after this I would like to meet you. Yeah, I'll be interested in supporting any idea you have. Hopefully we can make something out of it. Thank you. So, integrating IT into business is a challenge for even big businesses. The question is, when we say IT, what is IT? Is it the hardware? Is it the software? What is IT? IT is, depending on the type of business, a driver. So it is what the business is. In certain cases, it is the enabler. It means it makes it better, right? In this day and age, however the business is, there is the need for a certain IT component. The question is, do you have the resources to acquire that IT capability that you want at the scale at which you need it? We are back to scale. So as for IT, you need IT one way or the other. A lot of things are paper, yeah, paper driven. Do you still need paper? Can it be on your phone? I've seen things on YouTube where people make music using just their phone. Music, beginning to the end. So, IT is an enabler. It is needed, and the better you get comfortable with IT, the better it is for you as an entrepreneur. I'll touch very quickly on stolen ideas. Yes, it's a risk. Even partnerships, there are risks. So it's my father's garage. You brought the idea. I told you I'll convince my dad so that we operate from the garage. Yeah, starting the business. Madam Fubino, can you see ye check and send the I said, I didn't know, hey, orders, I said, cars, I be parking, bisa order, no, I didn't say, fine. I said, my papa say, dino cry, or Jenade. Or Pamon, no, I day. Why? So, in terms of sharing ideas, it is a risk. One of the ways to go about it, I don't know of a law, because the person will never accept it was your idea. They will say it was their idea. What I'm saying is if it's your idea and you discuss it with him and he decides to take the idea, you think he will be telling people it was your idea and he stole? No. He will say it is his idea. I'm not aware of a law, and I'm not saying it does not exist. I'm not aware of that. However, there is a way to go about it. Legally, there is something we call a non-disclosure agreement. Who has heard about that? Who has heard of that? We'll talk, eh? I like you. So a non-disclosure agreement means, and if you Google, you get, that's what I'm saying. Let the phone, your laptop, your computer be your friend. There is a lot. In fact, there will come a time, what you know doesn't matter. Because, and that's where the AI is taking us. What you know, I don't have to know, but I can get the same information. In fact, that is a threat to work, but that's for a different conversation. So what I'm saying is, you look for a non-disclosure agreement. If you Google, you see that. You tell a chat GPT or whatever AI it is that you need it to share a business idea. It would highlight certain key things, and with that you sign. The person you are sharing the idea with signs, and by that they are saying legally they are bound by that agreement, meaning they are not allowed to share. However, there are people who are daring. They can sign and they will steal the idea. Famiko court. Yet you need to engage that person. So what you could do is to share the information in a way that you don't share everything. You don't share everything. You share it you can't meet me today and share everything about your business just because you want capital or financing. No. Oh, so the business, yes, the shareholding is this, and the return is this, the investment is this is the process, so it's just like anything you are seeking to do. There is a risk associated with sharing your information. I've seen a lot. By the time you say Jack, they are doing it. They've registered a company, they've registered the idea. If you are not even careful, they will put a patent on that thing. So it is a risk that you must live with. Convincing somebody to invest. It was asked by somebody in the previous kind of batch of questions. Watch videos, YouTube, your body language, how you stand. If you are not careful, you will be pitching and you'll be doing this. So I'm kind of watching, and these days people talking this kana. Me, when you say kana, unless you are my friend, I also kana you. Look, business is I've said from the it's not fancy. It's not BBA, entrepreneur. No. It is business. It is money. It can take you from wherever you are to, people own universities out of entrepreneurship. University, so the whole KNUST is for him. People buy people out. Read, please. Let's just Google somebody's idea. Companies are begging. Ubu fruit juice, and a Coca-Cola company would come to you and say they want to buy your business. Ubu I will give you 1 million. No. How about 15? No. 20? No. They know what is. Why would they be increasing? They've seen something you have yourself potentially not seen. Now you're the phone, they said me, 150, 50 count, you don't know what it is. So, to convince someone, there is a science. What I mean by a science is there are things you have to talk about. But it is not only what you talk about, how you talk about it. We go to church. You can't say soft be or now no be preacher. Sorry, no, my bread, preaching in your day. Lecture be ho chawa de na order. Obi also you say hey, sa soft ba ku bi no wo yi no no be ba. 2 o'clock. Sorry 6 na why am I? The way you sell it is part of the pitch. The way you sit. I remember those days when we were students going for visas. Somebody went, they were bounced, and they said, the white man said, they were kind of shaking. I don't know whether it's shaking. They were moving. There are people who sit, and I've seen you do that. There's nothing wrong with it, but it creates a certain impression. Read about it. It means you are nervous. You may not necessarily be, but the interpretation, or call it the misinterpretation of that, is the person is nervous. How you tweak, you move your fingers. Nervousness. It's part of it. But the person you are pitching the business to sees that, so that we cannot exhaust here. Hopefully, there will be opportunities for us to engage to do those things. But go, I can put my salary on it. There are videos. How to pitch a business. How to sit, your posturing. Even to go for an interview. You can't go and slouch in a chair like that. You sit upright. How you walk. You are walking and you are like this. You say there's no confidence. That's why those who model, their shoulders are straight, it's upright. There is a way to do everything. I've told you, water, to drink water. There is a way to drink water. You sip. Also, of course, but there's a way to water. We've been drinking water since, but there is a way to do it. There is a way to do what you are doing better. That's what we call efficiency. There is a way to do it. Please, this is not the forum to say, how do you pitch a business? How do you convince somebody? It's on YouTube. Go and watch, and I'm sure you would have solutions for that. Fear. They said something. There's a quote in my office. It was by Will Smith. I don't know if you caught that. Will Smith says, danger is real, but fear is a figment of your imagination. Food for thought. Overcoming your fear is not, in fact, fear by itself is not necessarily bad. Sometimes what it means is you are taking what decision you are taking very seriously. I mean, you cannot be seeking to invest in a business, your whole savings, and you are relaxed. You cannot be relaxed. In fact, even if you might have sleepless nights. Sometimes that means you are taking that decision very, very seriously. It's like a form of worry, but worry is different, right? So don't take it to say, oh, those of us who are here, we don't have any fears, and no. Sometimes you have to think about it. You think about it again. You Google, did I see it right? Am I sure? Am I not sure? But it's all part of the process. But fear that cripples you, fear that makes you immobile, is not the kind of fear we are looking about. That is debilitating, and that is not good fear. Thank you.
Is Elliot, can you project the Entrepreneurial article on the screen? So every little feedback that we've had since 2017, when we started this initiative, we take very seriously. And the question about, I have an idea, I'm scared someone will steal it, it kept coming up. Elliot? So we actually wrote an article about the essentials to intellectual property, how to protect your own intellectual property. So go to LinkedIn and look for the Entrepreneurial newsletter. Every single week we are writing articles. You're already following it, right? Yes. We are writing articles about things that you care about. We pick topics that are pertaining to you. So the question about, again, intellectual property, it's well researched. This wasn't done alone. Actually, my team helped, especially my legal team helped with some of the laws that are pertaining to the grounds, which is real law, Ghana law. You can actually protect your intellectual property now and win in court if someone is to take it. If you have the money to patent it or to go through the process that it takes to secure your intellectual property, there are certain ways to do that. So please go on LinkedIn, follow the Entrepreneurial newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. I think there was a question that was directed to me. You want to ask a question? Is it related to this? So maybe the next set. So there was a question that was related to me, whether entrepreneurs are born or made. I don't have a textbook answer. I don't. And let me not pretend as if I am a lecturer. No, I'm not. My son, I have two boys, a girl and two boys. My last born came to me. You know, when you ask a child what you want to become in future. So I went to him and said, hey, Kaden, what do you want to become in future? You know what he said? A YouTuber. I said, I was expecting you to say, I want to become a doctor. I want to become a banker. I want to become, since a YouTuber. I didn't say anything. So I went back and I typed who a YouTuber is. I didn't know who a YouTuber. I know YouTube. There are so many. But a YouTuber, I didn't know. So I came back to ask him, why YouTuber? He said, why not a banker? So I said, why not a banker? He said, do you have a private jet? I said, no, I don't. Does your boss have a private jet? I said, no. Do you know of any banker that has a private jet? I said, I don't readily know anybody, but I can check from Google which banker. Do you know what the YouTuber does? Do you? What? What do they do? Thank you very much. They create content. And my boy is 12. And he's telling me that he wants to be a YouTuber. In the old days, your father would slap you. No, serious. I can't imagine telling Daddy Kumi that I want to be, if you want to be a footballer, cry a bow. Now saying because of the cash there, people have stopped. But to tell you that he wants to be a YouTuber, to create content on YouTube. I have a coffee machine in my office, and every time I have a colleague of mine who does it for me. I think Tuesday he wasn't in the office, and we wanted to drink coffee. There's a gentleman here I wanted to use as an example. We were all wondering what to press on. There was a little, like a joystick. We didn't know what it was, so we were turning. He said, maybe if you turn it that way. Then somebody said, Charlie, go to YouTube. You will find how to use it. So we took now with Google, you can just take a picture of the item you want, and it will lead you to, we took picture of it, and it's a Lily coffee machine. And straight, it just demonstrated to us what that will do. That's somebody's idea, just put on there. The more I go there, he gets fees from advertisers. That is a YouTuber. The question about whether an entrepreneur is born or made, I say there are people who are serial entrepreneurs. They try, they fail, they get up, they move on again. I was telling, we were on a plane coming to Kumasi with the CEO of Sidalco. You know Sidalco? They do fertilizer company. And we're talking about the one who started it. He was a journalist. He became an MP. He is a serial entrepreneur. Do you know what I'm talking about? He became famous in politics and also with cash. David Lamte. If you know where he started from. I was telling his election results for him when I was in sixth form. It's all part of making local fuel. So I'll go to police station by police station, and then I'll tally his results, and then I'll call him at 12 midnight and say, Charlie Agbena, we've won. But I got paid for that though. The parallels I want to draw here is that if you know about him today, he's dead anyway. If you know about him today, you say he's a very successful entrepreneur because he was dealing in liquid fertilizer, or he was dealing with fertilizer for cocoa board. He established a very big company called Sidalco. Every banker wanted to finance that company, and he was controlling quite a lot. But he tried several businesses and failed. Several of them. From where I sit, I think entrepreneurs are made. But you need to have the innate. You need to have the appetite to be out there to try many of such things. You will hit one, that you'll be very successful. You will hit a patch, you will fall. But when you fall, you need to get up, dust yourself up, and move to the next one. But when you're falling, make sure that you don't fall backwards. Because if you fall backwards, you won't be able to get up. You fall. Because you've made provision for falling and getting up, when you fall, you will not hurt. So please, my answer to that question is that they are largely made, but we have others that are also naturally have the appetite to succeed in forming businesses. I wanted to add this thing before I take my seat, that UPS delivery system, Do you know what somebody's business school thesis or what we call research paper? The courier service, yes. UPS. That's how it started. Small idea, it became international. So please, whatever the idea is, if you need to register it, George said NDAs. NDAs are great, but document it. Document it. Whoever you are sharing the idea with, sign some level of documentation with the person, such that tomorrow, if you're not there, okay? Let me tell you a personal story. My father had 2 houses in Dansoma. You know Dansoma? Those of you in Accra. During the revolution time, if you owned 2 houses, it was a crime. So my father gave a subordinate one to just put it in your name, so that at events that the soldiers come around and come and check, you say this is for you. My father is dead. The one he put it in his name is also dead. There's no documents. Today, I've grown. I say, oh, this house, I remember my father telling me it's for us, as in his family. The children says, nah, evidence no way. No documents. So technically, you have lost that asset. So no matter how small the dream is, no matter how small the idea is, it may be a university idea, but document it. And if you share it with somebody you can document. George is my friend. But doesn't mean that if I have an idea, I'll go all out and say, I've seen this beautiful lady, I want to sponsor her to become Miss Ghana. Because, or maybe, no, maybe that's not a better example. I've seen this footballer, I want to invest in him so that we can sell him to Chelsea in the future. Then he goes behind me and I'm going to talk to the guy. Also, my is here, 50 Ghana a day, man 200 Ghana a day. That is my idea, gone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This set of questions rounds it up for us all. And so just 5 questions brings us to the end of the questions.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I'm Jamila, a procurement and supply chain management student from KSTU. You know, people love to work these days while operating their own business. So,
a bit louder.
There are people who love working while operating their business at the same time. So I want to know how you would balance your work life while operating and growing your business.
So as in being employed and then owning your own business, or you have a career path? Okay.
Working for someone while working.
All right.
Thank you very much. My name is Wichinimo, banking and finance student, Kumasi University. My question is it advisable for upcoming entrepreneur to go in for a loan if he has an investors and his investors amount they give is not reaching his target? Is it advisable for the entrepreneur to go for a loan to support the business? Thank you. If the entrepreneur, he had investors, but according to what they give or the figure they give to it, it's not up to the amount he was requesting. So is it advisable for him to go for a loan to support? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joseph Collins. I'm a student of KSTU. So my question is, at what point do you get to before you rebrand yourself? At what point do you get to before you rebrand the business? Because over time, I've learned that as a person, you separate yourself from the business. The business is one entity and you are another entity. So at what point do you get to rebrand the business? And if you are, yes, rebrand. And if you are to rebrand yourself, how do you identify what to rebrand? Thank you.
I'm Eric Amwakon-Wusu, KSTU, Banking Technology Finance student. How does a young entrepreneur deal with or handle setbacks? I won't say failure, but handles setbacks as a starter. And what was your greatest risk as an entrepreneur when you started? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pakwesi of TrendShub, the CEO and founder of TrendShub, a social blog and networking platform. My question is it possible for CBG to collaborate with a company like TrendShub, a social and blogging networking platform? Is it possible for a company like CBG to be collaborating with TrendShub? Yes, GCB. My bad, GCB. My bad. All right.
Right, thank you. That ends our set of questions.
Is it possible for a company like GCB to collaborate with a company like TrendShub? Yeah, thank you.
So I just want to take one question and then I'll leave the rest for my big brothers. There was a question about, is it advisable to take a loan if the amount you want is a subset of the total value you need to execute your mandate, right? If I got it right. Take it from me. Those loan agreements are scary. It's about me and you today. It's about you and him today. It's about you and him today. They'll go to a certain process, they'll go to a certain process. And a lawyer with some experience, a lawyer who has seen thousands and tens of thousands of agreements, is going to draft a loan agreement for you. And everything will be fantastic if everything goes well. Until it doesn't. We are having this platform to take care of some of the instances, or to, just like he said, nothing is risk-free, so to kind of cover some of the risks, if you get my point. But taking a loan from a bank is not something you just do if you think it's not going to work out. You have to have, just like he said, don't just go from Toyota to a Maybach because you got it a loan. If it will not do the job, state it will not do the job. The bank will know what to do. Just like he said, you might ask him for 500,000, he might give you 1 million, you never know. But taking a loan from a bank or working with a bank, it's for the big boys. It's for the big girls as well. Don't we want to be big boys and big girls? I mean, you want to bamba, right? That's what we want to do. Therefore, the answer whether it's advisable depends on you and your belief, and your inside you would know whether it will work or not. Lying to a bank is not a smart idea, because again, they always find out. You see what he said? They always find out. The chips always fall. So know that it's going to work. Then come and tell him how it's going to work, and then you get the assistance you need. You live happily ever after. They live happily ever after. As MCA, again, this is a corporate institution willing to work with you on a one-on-one and say, nothing is risk-free. I'll cover this risk for you. Nonetheless, nothing is risk-free. So there's still some risk inside for you, the entrepreneur. So as we are taking this in, as we are taking all the advice on how to work with the bank, how to get ourselves credit, how to get our ideas off the ground, let us also put in our minds, this is what I wanted to say, the notion of personal responsibility. You are personally responsible for your enterprise. You are liable. Actually, that's the word. You are liable for that. And you need to have it drain into your mind. Let us settle that. Asem, I am ready for this. But I am ready and I'm ready to be an entrepreneur. So I'm going to do the extra work, the extra market research, the extra calculation, the extra calls you need to do to check this here and there. Don't do it might be that. Don't do the might. Don't do the assumptions. If you do assumptions, put it in there. I always tell my finance team, the assumptions page is the first thing I look at on the Excel. You go there, you read assumptions. We are assuming that the rate is there. You're assuming this and that. Do all that work, but getting a loan from a bank is not. It's not a a child's affair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Basically, what is the lady who asked a question about? I've seen her. Yeah, work-life balance. Was that your question? How? No work-life balance. I remember her question. Have you checked on ChatGPT? No. Look, it's not to ridicule you. I'm just asking. Look, go there first. Especially if you want answers that are largely generic. If you want my personal experience, then my personal experience has to be there for you to access it. But challenges with what, check there first. But I'll still respond to that. I just wanted to make that point. Let's get used to it. Otherwise, it will be a resource that is available, but I would never use it. Ask anything. Creams for dark people. How to make your eyebrow, whatever, it is there. I'm telling you, I'm very convinced. Now, it depends on what you're doing. Do you know there are taxi drivers who are doing, Work and Pay? Hello? Do you know Work and Pay? Do you know there are taxi drivers who have taxis that others are working for them on a Work and Pay basis? Yes. So it depends on what it is. You cannot be an entrepreneur working for a bank and going around distributing items during a working day. It is not possible. But that is where not necessarily doing it by yourself comes in. Can you get someone to do that for you? So, I don't believe they are universal truths. Everything you learn here or you hear here is not a universal truth. There is an element of applicability. What is my situation? Two businesses are not the same. Some businesses require, of course, I gave an example. Let's say you've seen the Adwa group. You like them. You talk to the leader. You have their contacts. They were fantastic. You have someone or you have contacts with someone who organizes funerals, parties, etc. You don't, but you know someone who does. You tell the person you can make them available. You have a margin. You can balance that with your work irrespective of what you do, because making that call will take you 10 minutes. You can use your break, and doing that doesn't hurt, and it doesn't take a lot of effort. But certain businesses require you to be there physically. Do you get the example I'm giving? So it depends on the type of business. If you are distributing, probably you need somebody, an Okada driver or rider rather, to be doing the distribution for you. Straightforward. So if you are talking about the commitment in terms of time as your general time management, yes, you have to invest your time. Somebody asked a question about how do you get to know industry trends. It is all over Google, you see. Trends in banking, trends in, dressmaking. It is there. Google, you find out. So, all I'm saying is that balance will be driven by exactly what you are seeking to do or what you are doing. And also talk to people who are doing it. You don't have to create it by yourself. If someone is doing transport business, you can go to them and say, depending on who it is that you're asking from, you would know, right? Okay. Very quickly, there was a question. Setbacks. Oh, setbacks. Plenty. Who has had broken heart before? Tell the person sitting by you, I'm referring to you. I ain't him fine. Well, Susa, broken heart. Sure. I remember those days when we were on campus. Valentine's Day. Sure. Obia koto teddy bear. Teddy bear also same me. Now they are washing boys. Those boys who do the errands. Now done a call home. Yeah, anyway, now done a call home. I say mono. Call. Come. Yeah, son, return. Yeah, they know. Yeah. You go again. We are back so far. When you engage a lady and the conversation goes well, all of a sudden you feel you can't talk to any lady at all. So I didn't call you. Now we crap and say we did no yeah. It is a necessary experience. If you have never had a setback in life, then you are vulnerable. It hurts. And there's no amount of consolation or preparedness that will prepare you for a particular setback. Look, you have identified Mr. X as a businessman. You've tested the idea. You've checked. You've researched. It's a viable idea. You go to him. So our boys business. Our business. Also, you be distributor more. So our business man. Somebody will say there was another. I say if I don't shop at Malcolm, where else? Who else are you going to say this story to? It is part of it. But there is a somebody. The question is, how do you know? Continue. There is nothing I can say here that will prepare you for a setback. I've done sales. You go to a customer, blue suit, new banker. And I've worked in 3 banks. You mention the name of your bank. Nipa boni from veggie loan, some mama, and I hear the oba. Who said that? Who set Naseka crow? Oh, yes, you don't call for ho. Yeah, you need that sometimes. It is the conviction in the idea you have and the expected outcome that will get you to stay in it. The conviction in your idea, that is where the test is. Now they will cry me hammy. Nipa cry me will be now a small boy to make a yes. But when you are convinced that, look, entrepreneurship is not for today. As a former president Kofono or say abano ye ni yetafre. I went here and said that hono. I say abana mano atafre hondada. If you are not convinced, look, sometimes you can speak to somebody about something and you would doubt yourself. And I didn't cry one shiny. But if you are prepared and the idea is good, you will go again and you see the outcome. Okay, so let me give you an example. So if you are starting a business and today, who here has made money before from a transaction? Who here has made some money from a transaction? Madam, what did you do? I would like you to share. No, I want them to hear.
Okay, thank you very much. I contacted a suit dealer. So I post the suit on my status, and when someone wants it, you pay and I'll go for it and I'll take my profit.
How much did you invest? Nothing. Nothing. And you are there. So you are seated here and all you hear is peeping. 200 Ghana. Afternoon, peeping 150. Peeping 300. My God, there is a feeling. That's why I asked it. There is a feeling about it. If you haven't experienced it, you haven't experienced it. People say, and you are excited, and you hear. It's like going to church. Well, you preacher, also when you're born, you car park now you'll be their face. Yes. Experience the money. I'm telling you, there is a feeling about it. Look, what we are talking about here may sound like, quote unquote, a story. There are a lot of things we've said here. You know about them. I'm saying Giomo number, Jim Crawford we number. Keteo sad we be a normal son hono. Say, what's your program there? Have you? There is an event planner. Google. You see, event planner, miss something. Ventures. Go ahead. Hey, madam, I have checked your status. Hey, you are doing very well. So and so. But I wanted to tell you, I have this KT group. They are one of the best in the Ashanti region. Oh yes, there was this national program crowd. I think they were first or something. But I want to partner you. I want to bring them. But I'll send you videos of what they are doing. How does that cost you money? I say I'm playing. I was wife our baby. Say we, mama can't chimico to police station be any. Just force. That is money. Look, there are people. Have you looked for something that you are prepared to pay for without thinking about the cost? All you want is the thing. It is not how much. How much there be also will be. Also bet me the aba. Me jina horses here. Also the ultimoto so me chen. Now the any 30. No say 40. Also won't ya. It 10. No. It doesn't. Look, there are people like that. I spoke about personal shopping. Contacts. Who ye keteno now wo ye omo ye omo high side we friends saying chairs ne rentals. Look, today if you want to rent a property, where would you go to? If you have a little money, let's say a hostel. Okay, so it's not a hostel. You live outside of campus. You want a 2-bedroom house, or not a 2-bedroom, a single room to rent. Who would you go to? Sorry? Agent. Agent no correct ones no mu dey nim tree na se no. I studied land economy. Oh, now, who question no in the office na we? No, ube kono mu jire nua na se. Papa, order here no ube kono there. Say ucha lorry fare. Yeah, say you beji 50. They have the contacts. Omu nim property be a wo bebia. Become the middleman. Become the middleman. Get their contacts. Until we say what dino. We say they na to YouTube say we rented dine. What you trap pictures that's all. 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom or fanko. We are kaswa, we are hemfa. That pictures so. Will be free. So that your 2-bedroom property. Yes, it's still available. Yes. So I can arrange for you to go and see. Would the two so I know a friend Jack. I don't know. After the panel, Jan, you are not yeah. But Papa knows who increase you. Me say kochre me ho yanko. G20. Look, you can make 2,000. Look. Boss. Let us get going. You don't what would you lose? You've posted a thing for 2 weeks. Nobody has been interested in renting from you. What have you lost? You are not saying anything, madam. I wanted you to say you haven't lost anything. And make money 2 CDs, and you know what it is to, and that is what will spare you. Sometimes it's money. Sometimes somebody asks why would you want to become an entrepreneur? It's not a by force thing. Somebody named Mami Boti no who say Tina fine also on be Bobby. No, I am entrepreneur. But there is a certain satisfaction from. That's why I asked us to give him another round of applause. Yeah. To conceive and do. We have a client, Safari Valley. He has another property by the beach at Adan. It's called Aqua Safari. It's the same person. And I remember very well. He had done Aqua Safari. It's a beachfront property, everything, or resort. And he was telling me about a safari in Ghana. Look, I didn't believe a single thing the man was saying. And now the zebra beba Ghana. Papa, who the zebra beba Ghana? Okay. Out of courtesy, yeah. Well, it's not a bad idea. I didn't believe a single thing. For those of you who watch DSTV, football, you see that advert? Safari Valley. He advertises on DSTV. Google and see the place. Zebra. Mwano, Bebre. They are not from Ghana. Or the plane, Akofa or Mwamba. The point I'm seeking to make is that it was initially something that sounded like a foolish concept. But it is there today. If you go to, is it near Nkrumah? If you like, go and say you want to book. $1,000 a night. I don't crab you. I say table dime. I say wooden concept. And one. Ube tria pepe. Nigeria for no back on my home. Now we say. There are hotels that are empty. They are struggling. Look, I can bring you clients. I'm saying, what value have you driven out of your network? What have you driven out of that? There was a mate of mine. He was a photographer when we were on campus. I've seen him in dizzying places. Photographers. It's your job. Campus here, and no ODDD. Big business, photographer. And now the drone. So what high bid that will be who send it? Ujina hone and no crowd fans one. They say you need a big. They are making money. First camera near top film, winning film, Kodak. It was Kodak and Konica and something. And I'm who filmed that. Fuji. Society. Sure. Film. You try to say film now. Sancho kotofu fro. O channel program na so na Nkrumah aba na chire. O to abi tutubu ese yes a film ne be san. Ese film ade kitikiti bi o. Na bro for dinner film ne friend no kind of film na ke sa ade ne san ye ntwa picture ne bi o mu sa ade no em say 36 or say 24 into twa 24 na say asan and the phone utrasa ke say dey here say o be press boss. Ladies, gentlemen, we are here because we believe there is an opportunity and a certain capability in each one of you. You may all not be entrepreneurs. You may all not succeed, but I can tell you, and I'm looking forward to a few years' time where one of us will be standing here saying, I was at this program, there was a conversation like this, and today I own this. And potentially in the further few years to come, you start seeing them in places that will amaze you. I'm really looking forward to that day. Thank you.
So when the prophet speaks, what else would you add? You are the prophet. No, there's a book I'm trying to get the author. It's called Selling Yourself. I'm sure by the time we finish the program, I'll get the author so you can check it out and buy it on Amazon. It's a very good book. It will sort of enlighten you on how you pitch for some of these businesses, what mannerisms are expected in the corporate world and how you position yourself. There's opportunity everywhere. I think the only question left is about the collaboration. There are a few things we are doing as a bank with some of the university. Recently, we signed something with your university, University of the Telecoms University, where we pick up graduates into our cybersecurity. Where everybody is going now, it's more internet-driven. So we need to protect ourselves, and then we sign an agreement where we can onboard students from that university and take them through our cyber security programs, and where there are opportunities, they can also sign them on board to work with us. The question about collaboration with other institutions, there's an idea we are nurturing from here. And I had promised I'll say it at the end of the program, but because of the question had come, we will like to maybe perhaps throw a bit of light on it. What we are trying to do is that in a form of a competitive nature, we will have a couple of ideas, let's say 10 ideas for businesses comes up, and then we'll dedicate a portion of our resources as a bank to support them with concessional resources. Not only are we looking at supporting them with a funding arrangement, but we are looking at putting them in positions where you have accelerators and incubators to help develop the idea into a proper or full-fledged businesses for these individuals. So it will be open up for everybody. You compete in it. Your idea is superior. Your ideas wins. We groom you into, through the help of people like Dr. Max and other institutions who act as incubators, monitor your progress, and within a year or two, we want to see how that idea flashes into a business, and then you become a client of the bank. I take care of quality large corporates, so we want to see you grow from maybe the crèche. The slogan for my bank is your bank for what? Life. So we want to see ideas, nature from the very beginning till it's passed on to the next generation. So that we will announce. If you keep on with this page, you keep on with the entrepreneurs in you, we will announce that, and that will give everybody the opportunity to contest. To contest for it, and then we will identify such. Most of these ideas you see outside the US, etc., started like this, where people exchange ideas, develop the ideas into a business, and today their business is recruiting and employing a number of people. We will continue to be that. You are aware, and this is not an advertising platform, but GCB Bank is one that reaches everybody in Ghana, from Accra to Lagos. We have presence in every aspect of the economy. We have presence in every region, every district. 186 branches across Ghana, and we believe in Ghana. That's somebody's slogan. Sorry. We believe in enhancing the strengths, the opportunities in Ghana for our own people to do. There was a question that Doc explained, but I just want to throw one light on it so the MC can have the floor. It's about your capital structure. When do you decide to borrow? When do you decide to use your own money? Look, if you come to me and you don't have any skin in the business, I don't think that you are also a serious person. If I ask you, for example, what have you, apart from your time that you've invested in, what have you done? So I'm waiting for the bank to give me money to go and do market research. I know that you are not a serious person. And I need to be very frank with you. But if you come and say, look, I've used my own savings to do my market research. I know that when I bring this thing up, this will be sold, this will be that, this will be that, then I know that you have your skin. I know that when it fails, it's not only other people's money that has failed, but my own money too has failed. And for which reason, you also wouldn't want it to fail. You will do your utmost best to ensure that this succeeds, rather than, anyway, I took a loan from the bank, it's concession anyway, and yeah, then ABC. That is why people ask for collateral. Collateral is there not to be sold, not to be taken away from you, but for you to wake up in the morning and know that your family house is at stake. And if you mess up, you will lose that. You don't want that burden to be on you. So what? You will put in your utmost best to do that. The law in Ghana says that before we treat lending as secured, the value of the collateral you are providing should be 120%. Do you know that? It's in the Banking Act, Act 930. Before you treat a lending as secured, the security ought to be 120% of the value of the loan you are taking. Otherwise, it's unsecured transaction. If you go to the bank today, they'll tell you, what are you putting in? What is the collateral? Is somebody guaranteeing you? So before you take a decision on your capital structure, whether you're going to use equity or you're going to use loan, you must be very much aware of those decisions you are making. And like I said, as a lender, I'll be interested in what do you also stand to lose in an event that this thing falls or crumbles. It will help me make a good judgment of who the promoter is. Otherwise, people will just come and say, oh, I've got this idea. I don't have money. You said that if you have an idea, it's the best thing to do. So I'm here. Give me your depositors' money. What have you put in? Let's be frank. If you were in my position, would you give out the money? You don't have a skin. You don't have anything in the transaction. All you have is a very beautiful idea. Yes, idea is beautiful. But what have you done? I think in the Bible, God asked Moses, what do you have in your hands? No, he said he had a rod. So God used that rod. There are other parts that I know that George has a better, is a prophet. But it's important that you need to come to the table with something. And that something could be in any form. That you've already invested your time and your efforts and your available resources. And then you will take other people's money to conclude it. Thank you.
You can do better than that. A round of applause for our speakers. They have...
That's from UGBS, right? They're from your guys. Are they your guys? They're your guys. Then they're like these guys. Yes, they're your guys. I want us to do something. Like I started, I'm very direct, and I'm all about impact, and I just want to go straight to the point. Mr. Linus has put the cherry on the top, right? Please, if you have not completed the entrepreneurship account, there's a table outside. Please fill the form. They will give you a form to fill. Complete it. Something is coming. Can you sense it? And you are the first ones. How does it feel? Please. I want us to stand up and we are going to say, from Entrepreneur in You, we thank you, GCB. Let's practice it. 1, 2, go. From Entrepreneur in You, we thank you, GCB. Let's say GCB Bank is better. One more time. From Entrepreneur in You, we thank you, GCB Bank. You know why? Because I'm a direct guy. I don't want to talk for you. We are going to thank the bank for what they've done, and we want you to tell them directly. Please. So when I count 1, 2, 3, we go. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. From Entrepreneur in You, we thank you, GCB Bank. I want to see you wave. Wave. Say GCB, GCB, GCB. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to the participants. And we thank the bank. Thank you very much.
Wow. So there's a very important announcement. Let's not walk out yet. We are gracefully closing the curtains on the occasion. Gracefully. Very soon. Okay. So we are about to have the musical interlude from the Susubibi Agofama. But before they come in, our speakers are going to exit us, but then we are supposed to wait. The organizers are sharing vouchers that you would use to take your lunch. So during the interlude, the vouchers will be shared, and then you go out there, you take your lunch, and that would conclude us for the day. So kindly wait. But then as the speakers take their leave, we want to say a very big thank you to them in the most appeasing way possible. Let's do it better for them. Thank you very much.
We can do better than that.
Let's do it for them till they leave. Let's do it for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Let's give it up for them. Spectacular occasion, spectacular performance. Thank you very much. And a round of applause for ourselves. We've been great so far, and graciously, we've come to the end of such a nice, wonderful event. It's rather unfortunate, but some good things do end, right? Unfortunately. And here we are at this juncture. I'd like to invite Ms. Diedoung, who is an MIG executive, to give us the closing remarks and closing prayer. If Ms. Diedoung is around, kindly. Yes, she's coming. Please give her a hand. But then my very last announcement, once she's done and then we are gracefully exiting, there are the wonderful ladies and gentlemen that have helped us set the composure and tone for the event will be at the door with the vouchers in a very nice formal order. Once he exits, you take your voucher, you grab your food, and that'll be it. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Thank you all for coming. Thank you. Those of you coming from the north, coming from Cape Coast, coming from Teddy, we are grateful to have you here. And we're also grateful to GCB for making this event possible. Most especially, we want to thank the student leaders who were able to organize your colleagues to come here. Thank you so much. We want you to watch out for the next event, which is going to happen at UGBS. Where are my UGBS leaders? So a big thank you to all of you. We want to thank you for making this program possible. Let's get up and pray. Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for such a successful program. Father, we are living here. Most of us will be going to our various destinations, those going to Accra, those going to the north, those going to the western region. We pray that you grant all of us safe journeys. As we are also going, Father, we pray that help us and guide us so that our next event will be bigger than this one. We thank you so much for a successful program. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.